Ba, 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 ba.
Right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another 42 Level 1. I'm one of your hosts, Alistair Kennedy. And if you're like, what's different about them? What's different? I forgot to charge my headphones, so I'm having to use these
Cool.
Samsung earbuds. They're okay. Do you know what they're best for? The best for I haven't even introduced the show, but they're best for when you're going to sleep. Because see, when I've got my over ears on and I'm trying to listen to something, I usually have to put one like that so that it's not like rubbing in my ear. It's really annoying. But anyway, yes, I'm Alex Kennedy, one of your hosts, and here with me as always the former Twilight Princess of all games, the current Twilight. Did we forget to give a kid a present at Christmas? The current Twilight Princess. I need to see what that is in a minute. The current Twilight Princess of YouTube, the Uncharted 3 liar and denier, the Sonic denier himself, one Mr. Andrew Uka.
We're standing there here as always, yeah.
So sorry for me interrupting myself during that intro. I've literally only had one sip of wine. It's basically Leo got a Jurassic World set that was a wee bit told for him, and it was like a push together track thing where the car and the dinosaurs all go around. But there's like fucking 300 pieces, man, to click together. And I tried to do it, and I realized this is going to take up my living room, and I'm going to have to deconstruct this within a few hours because it can't stay out. So that's what I've had there. I thought we'd forgot to give him a present because I did have presents hiding behind the cat tree because the kids don't ever look there. They wouldn't be able to go in there. But yeah, that's what it is, Jurassic World. But yes, we're here. We're live. We're back. This is our Game of the Year show 2022. But for those of you who have listened, are you listening to the audio, Andy? Is it good, or are you just are you? You know you can listen live. You know you're on the show. Andy's just tuning into the show, listening away as if it's a podcast.
I had to find the bit where I spoke to see if my audio was come through, but it's fine. Yeah, Happy New Year to all the watchers and listeners.
Happy New Year.
This is our first show of the year. Traditionally, the Game of the Year show, as always.
One of my favourite shows that we do. Probably my favourite show of the year because we don't really specify other shows. I do like when we covered E3, when we got press passes for E3, because we have press passes for E3. It was during lockdown, but we had them. Yes, this is the first show. And my cat is being annoying already. It scratched Fraser in the face today. But Fraser let Bond walk up his shoulders and it was on his back.
Deserved it. 100% deserved it.
That's what I said. Sorry about that, man, but I mean, you don't keep cats on your shoulders.
Yep.
So, yes, Happy New Year to everybody. Hope you had a good Christmas and whatnot. My bandage is off. It's still tender. Like, I still can't move properly this finger. I'm finding ways around it at the moment. It is going to heal. It's just stingy at the moment because it's all tender skin when it was torn and sliced, whatever. I was eating a chippy the other night and I realised how thin the skin was when I picked up a chip without thinking, and that vinegar soaked right through, Andy.
Nasty.
I was like, so yeah, there are certain activities, like if I'm going to be playing with my kids, basically, I still need to wrap it up just in case I bash it off anything. But the skin's kind of pulled over now. It's doing okay. There's going to be I say a big scar as if I'm a fucking, I've been in the war or something, but no, there's going to be a scar in my finger, but it'll be fine. I think I've still got feeling in it. It is a bit tingly at the top, but that's just the healing. So I've not really written since December, which has annoyed me because I couldn't really play anything new. So my last review was like Evil West on Xbox Hub, but I have done a couple of things for Game Rant. I wrote one on. I can never remember what I wrote. I wrote one tonight. I finished one today. It was just a Mario Kart guide, a strategy guide, and I wrote a list last week for something. I really wish I could remember what it was because I did like writing the list, but I cannot remember what I wrote it on. It's just because you write it, you put it out there, and then it gets posted like 2 weeks later, and by that point you're like, oh yeah, I wrote that, I forgot about it. So yes, my stuff's still in Game Rant. I'm still writing there. I'm still writing Xbox Hub. They've both been great, allowing me to like just wait till my fingers better because there's nothing you can do if you're a gamer that writes and you hurt your fingers and you can't grip controllers properly. I have been playing recently, but it's more of a this sort of situation rather than a proper holding. It's okay for games that I'm not really bothered about. But
Halo
like
Infinite.
yeah, well, the multiplayer is okay, but again, like I'm not bothered. Like that's. I admit, when I used to play Call of Duty, I would get annoyed sometimes, even though I wasn't great at it when I lost. But seeing Halo when I lose, I'm just like, well. No, we are playing Halo Infinite back through, but we're not here to talk about what we're playing tonight. We've got a big show ahead of us. But I'm playing through Halo Infinite as one of my games for this year because I never finished it last year. And now that co-op's available, Andy's decided to, so we're firing through that. But we've already had our issues, but you know what? We'll discuss those issues and much more on next week's regular show when we return, because tonight I'm going to give the reins to Andy Uka himself to ride us through this Oregon Trail of gaming that we had last year.
Yes, so this is the show of the year 2022. We're going to talk about all the stuff that we did last year. So first up, we're going to have some game awards. Then we're going to have our top 10s, and then we're going to cover the challenges that we set for ourselves last year and whether or not we managed to complete them or not. And then we're going to set the challenges for this year for 2023. So let's just crack straight on with the game awards. So the award for the worst game of the year, Ali. What was your worst game of the year?
So this was very difficult, obviously, for me to be kind of subjective about, because the worst game of the year, like, because you've also got most disappointing, haven't you, on this? So
no,
let's just open up. You don't have most disappointing. See, that should be a category.
I mean, you could say most disappointing, worst game, same thing, pretty much.
But here's my problem. I don't think the game's a bad game, as you know, so I can't say it's the worst game of the year. But it was my most disappointing game of the year. That's where I get stuck with. However, there was two, and one of them actually isn't a very good game, so I could throw that one in because I've got them written here. I'm just looking at my Google Doc. Yeah, the worst reviewed game that I did was Tanuki Sunset, which was a mobile game that forced its way onto Xbox. It had some cool looks and stuff. There was some cool elements to it, but it just wasn't really, it didn't function. So it was a bad game. But I'm going to split this, and I think we should have biggest disappointment as well, because I've got two that answer this. One of them's not a bad game, but my biggest disappointment this year was Elden Ring. And a lot of you might be thinking, hold on. But Andy even understands why it was my biggest disappointment. You do. And it was because this was meant to be our co-op game to play through. Mm-hmm. It was meant to be me and you playing it through to the end. And I started it with good intentions after finding out you couldn't true co-op in it. You can help each other out for bits, but it doesn't work the way it wanted to. And I don't know. And I think I'd sold myself on it being co-op. And when I realized this game's not co-op, this is all there is to it. And it was just like Dark Souls and all the rest. It was like, yeah, there is a story, but you can have to make of it what you want and go looking for it. I'm not that guy when it comes to games. Skyrim's the only exception to that. But then again, Skyrim kind of throws its story right in your fucking face at the start. So that doesn't count either. This kind of gives you a story. We'll hear more about Elden Ring later on in the game. But yeah, so that was a disappointment to me. And it was the first. I think the other thing is because it was the first true Souls game that I was like, I can't wait for this. This looks great. George R.R. Martin writing it. The guys that made Open World, all this stuff, and I couldn't. It didn't grab me. And a lot of you see all the get goods or you weren't good. I wasn't bad at it, and I don't lie. If I'm crap at a game, I'll tell you. I was okay at it. I found it fine. Nothing in Elden Ring grabbed me. So for me, the biggest disappointment was Elden Ring, and it's because I overhyped it as a co-op game, and I was settled on it being a co-op game. However, I'm not saying it's a bad game, right? It just wasn't one for me. Yeah. However, the other biggest disappointment as well was Pokemon. What color are we on now? Scarlet and Violet. Those really aren't good, man. And like I know a lot of people would say that it's because we need a new Switch. It's not. I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 came out this year, and you've seen what that looks like. They do have the money to make a better looking game if they want. I mean, fans have made them in Unreal recently. Unreal Engine Silver was posted the other day. Looked phenomenal. And I'm not playing Pokemon for like out of this world looking next gen graphics. But yeah, that was a big disappointment to me as well, because I was quite ready for it. I'd pre-ordered it, and I went ahead and done the Nintendo Switch where you buy the voucher and you get the two games. Yeah, I did that. So I got a slight discount on it, but the problem is I want to like to play it, but
maybe they'll
it's-
fix it and you'll get to play
I
it.
doubt it. I
Maybe.
doubt they've sold, mate. It's the best-selling Pokemon game ever, as far as I'm aware, still at this point. So it's like, well, I'd say a lot, but I think it might have been the best-selling for the first month. I haven't
Like
kept up with
fast
those figures.
selling ever, yeah.
Yeah, because obviously you've got the originals, red, blue, and yellow, and green. But like this, it's not that it's a bad game. It's just like they shouldn't have to like see if it wasn't ready. They should have totally done what Nintendo do with their because Pokemon isn't technically first party. You know that they've got a stake in they're part of Game Freak with like Creature Comforts or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of all of them, but they've got stake in whatever it's called. They're a third basically. I watched a video on it one night, and see when Zelda wasn't ready, that game's been delayed like 2 years now, 3 years. They should have done the same with Pokemon. They can't treat Pokemon like Call of Duty and push it out every year. I know it makes the money, but I'm sorry, they can't do this every year, or people are just going to go, I ain't buying that, because there's going to be apprehension next year because of this. Because a lot of people bought it off of name value alone. They also released Pokemon Legends that got them good faith this year, you know, kind of testing the waters with their open world. And then this comes out and it's like, this is the main one? Like, what? So, yeah, unfortunately, I can't. Those two were my biggest disappointment, which might be crazy to some people, but the worst game, I think Tanuki Sunset probably was my worst game. What about you? What's your worst game? And throw in the disappointment as well.
I've added it here whilst you've been talking. So worst game, definitely Scorn. That game was terrible. Like
That's right.
yeah, I think you might have played it. It was on Game Pass. Came to Game Pass day one. It was the game that was the kind of like alien looking thing. It was like HR Geiger.
Oh, yeah.
It was like
I just didn't understand it.
Spaceship. Yeah, totally the same. There's just nothing to the game. Like even when you get to the combat parts, like just garbage combat. It was so slow. The puzzles were crap, uninspired. It had a cool looking, weird vibe, which like looked like it might be interesting to play, but yeah, just really bad. Not a good game to play at all. And then biggest disappointment. My biggest disappointment of the year was kind of in a similar vein to you, like, and actually a game that I did not get to play because it did not come to Xbox. So Warhammer 40k Darktide, one of my most anticipated games of this year, came out on
I know what Warhammer
PC.
Is.
Yeah. But basically, it's like, you know, the game's Vermintide.
Oh.
It's the 40k equivalent of that, essentially.
The like horde mode rats.
Yeah, but you'll play as co-op, so like you're playing as like 1 to 4 players against like a horde of rats in those games. But in this one, you're playing against a horde of aliens as like various different Imperium characters, and it looks fucking amazing. I couldn't wait to play it, and then it just never came out on Xbox. It did come to PC, but didn't come to Xbox.
Coming?
It is coming, but it did not come out in 2022. And they didn't even like announce that it wasn't coming out on Xbox or anything like that. It just didn't come. You're like, all right, okay. Didn't come.
That's fair. That's fair enough. Then.
So that was a big disappointment for me because I was really looking forward to playing that game.
Well, you can understand that. I'd never heard of it, but I forgot about Scorn, but I can't judge it. I didn't give it enough time. I put it on. I'm like, not really my thing. So
I played it for long enough to know that it was a shit game. Like,
fair enough.
Cool. So then the next category is best new IP.
Let's see. This was quite an easy one for me. So I've got down here. It's actually an indie game called Immortality, and it released on.
Everything.
Did I review this?
I think you did review it. Yeah, it was on Game Pass anyway.
That was great, man. I know they've done similar games like that before. You told me about. I think that was. I want to play another game in that world. Like I just loved the characters, the setup, the sort of the whole mystery that went on throughout years and stuff. And I like the characters. That's the thing. And I know a lot of them ended up dead by the end of it, but they could keep going with that world, and I quite enjoyed it. I hope they do that instead of moving on to another one. And I just loved the presentation of it. Like it was like how Xavi in the UK anyway do sometimes these special like from the vault releases, and it's like a collector's edition with like scenes that no one's watched before, documentary. And I love how it was set out like that. Like you were flicking through a lost DVD with these parts of movies in it. I just thought it was really good. I did have 2 runners up to this, if that's okay.
Go for it.
So I had Evo West, which is Gears of Cowboys, which is the best way to describe it. I had some good fun with that game. Basically, an alternate Wild West where instead of fighting Native Americans, is that the right word for them, or is it First Nation or Indian? Are they back to Indian again? I can't remember, but you know who I mean. Instead of cowboys fighting those, they fight the like supernatural threats, and it's quite good. I don't want to say too much in case it spoils it for people because I think it could end up on Game Pass one day, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. There is co-op to it. There is like a two-player mode, but it's not really highlighted as much. And my second runner-up also a new IP is called As Dusk Falls. And these aren't usually my kind of game, and Andy didn't like it because it had the sort of stop motion comic book style to it. But the story that they told in this As Dusk Falls was absolutely phenomenal, and I really hope they make a sequel to it. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I know that sort of those graphics aren't for everyone's taste, but yeah, those are my two runners up. But Immortality, honestly, it was one of the best games I played.
Yeah, Immortality was good. Given the our challenge for this year, I'll probably end up playing As Dusk Falls this year.
It's the story is really good, man. I liked it.
I just need to get over that the fact that I don't like that graphical style, which I'm sure will be fine. My pick for this one is, I didn't think about Immortality, but I kind of looked at it of like, could that become like a franchise? Like, I didn't really see it becoming a franchise. I mean, it could, like anything could become a franchise, but I didn't really see that one becoming. I see that as more like a one and done, and then he'll move on to doing something else based on what he's done before. So I picked for this one High on Life. Because
it's pretty good.
I think, I didn't play like the biggest amount of this game, but
I've not played much.
Yeah, so like from what I played of it though, like it was a cool concept for a world, and I could see them going even crazier with it in the next game, kind of like what they did with South Park. Like they made a crazy game with crazy humor in it, and it was popular, and then they made an even crazier sequel. So like they could do kind of that sort of thing with
the Stick of Truth. I'm sitting here going, South Park 64 never got a sequel.
No, Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole. Like that, like that type of thing. So I could see them doing that sort of thing with High on Life, and I will go back to that and finish that off at some point later on this year.
If you did like that, because obviously we haven't spoke about it, you would love Trover Saves the Universe, same style of games. But I played it in Switch, and I didn't feel at any point this is a VR game. Like it really works. So if you see that, pick it up. You'll get it in sale cheap if you see it.
Yeah. Cool. Best remake or remaster?
So that was difficult for me, but it's gonna have to go to The Witcher 3, man. What they've done to that game is absolutely phenomenal. Like, honestly, it's the best game I've played. Like, I'm playing through it all over again, and I can't. I thought I was going to pick this up, and it's going to be like, this bit's coming. No, I'm like, I wonder how I'm going to play this out, and I'm going off track this time, exploring. So The Witcher 3, for those that don't know, obviously, this is next. It's current gen. We're talking current gen now, which is Xbox, Series X, and PS5, and they've brought out versions for that, and they've added a couple of Netflix quests in, some new sets of armor, but they've just enhanced everything in the game. The good thing is they've added another camera angle as well, which brings it closer to like God of War. So it looks more like that, which is much better than the camera was. I didn't even consider the camera a problem when I played it, but yeah, they're fixing things I didn't know. And just the quality of life improvements, like the water in the game, absolutely lovely. The way that the magic now works, you don't have to open up, that wheel, that weapon wheel still thing. You've got like hold right trigger and press a face key. So they've streamlined absolutely everything. I just wish that I had the patience to wait and play the whole thing through. Although, like I said, best game I've probably ever played in my life. I don't see many games topping it, and I'm quite happy to play it through again. Make slightly different choices, but my problem is that I've got out in my head set a certain way that's how he is, and it's very difficult for me to say the bad thing or to I always do this, and it's the same. I remember trying to play a bad Mass Effect playthrough once, right? Yeah, which is one of the other games with consequences. And I couldn't do it. I got so far, I'm like, I can't make a pure evil Shepard. Like even in the old Fable games, the more good you were, the more holier you looked, and the worse you looked, the more decrepit and stuff. And you ended up getting devil horns. I couldn't ever do that. I couldn't make myself play bad for a whole playthrough. So so The Witcher 3. But if you were wondering on my runner-up, very close. It would be The Last of Us Remastered. That
Mhm.
I am quoted saying many months worth that this wasn't needed. Yeah, they've done a great job. They've done an absolute fantastic job in a game that I didn't feel needed polished. I don't believe it needed polished because it still looks okay, but it's like finding out the Ghost supersize and you get free crispy bacon, that sort of stuff. It's just like, oh yeah. I didn't know I wanted it until I played it. That's basically the way to say it. Like, smooth out the controls, adding in haptics to any game instantly makes it feel futuristic. Some of the character models have been redone as well, and they look a lot better. The lighting's phenomenal. There was certain parts where I'm like, okay, this does look a lot better now, where mostly when they walk into greenery outside, when they're out in the fields and there's trees and stuff, you can notice it a lot there. But still not finished that one. But yeah, the Witcher 3, without a doubt. I know it's not being marketed as a remaster or remake as such, but it is a remaster. It's a next-gen remaster.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I put that as well. I think it's actually the only remaster that came out in 2022 that I played. Or remake as well, because obviously there was one or two that came out, like Final Fantasy Crisis Core, and that came out, but like I didn't play that. The only one I played, the only one I played any of was Witcher 3, and from what I played, maybe an hour or so, like it seemed like a really good remaster. So it goes to that by default almost, but I like what they did with it. And that's one game that I'm going to put some time into this year.
Yeah, it's well worth
it. Yeah. So next one is best new character, which I found really difficult to pick.
Yeah,
because there wasn't very many new characters that were like, oh,
yeah. I mean, this one's actually blank for me. So because I was like,
I'll tell you, I guarantee you'll pick the same character. So I picked Marissa Marceau from Immortality because she is the actress plays an actress in the game, and that actress then plays 3 other characters within the different movies.
Yeah.
And she does an amazing job at it. So like I gave it to her, like, because she was captivating watching and playing through that.
Yeah, because this year we got a lot. Last year, sorry, we got a lot of sequels.
A lot of sequels, yeah, with not too many new memorable characters in them either.
No, not from what the ones I've played. No, absolutely not.
And like even in terms of like the best new IP, like for me, like High on Life, like the main character in that is nothing really.
He's faceless and he's customizable.
Yeah, so it's nothing. And then in terms of other new games, there weren't that many that I played or got really invested into anyway. So
the pit crew in Gran Turismo 7.
Yeah. Hey, so yeah, Marissa Marceau, I think, wins that by default.
Yeah.
Just the amazing acting performance in that was unbelievable. Best sidekick. Do you have a sidekick this year?
No, these ones. This happens to me every year. I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Raphael in the Turtles game. I don't know. I didn't rate anything.
So I had Kenny from High on Life. So it's the gun you get at the beginning.
The knife.
No, it's
all right. I'm gonna go with the knife. Yeah, if that counts. I never thought of that as a sidekick because it's a weapon, but
I'll definitely a sidekick. Yeah, because like it fucking talks to you through the whole game.
He's like, "Let me stab you. Let me stab him." That's my favorite one. I do like the gun.
Yeah, I just thought it was so funny, some of the stuff they were saying, and like, I mean, I don't typically like that, like Rick and Morty type of humor, but like, I've really enjoyed this.
It feels like Rick and Morty.
I found this thing really funny, and I like the way they implement the dialogue as well, where the guy's talking to you, and then like it's contextual depending on what you're doing. So like, you can go and start talking to somebody, and then if you leave before he's finished talking, then the gun will sort of go, "Oh, I guess you're done talking to that guy. Then like, let's move on." Like,
and he's like, "Yeah, fuck it. Like let's not wait around. Let's just go."
Exactly. Like stuff like that. Like, and if you don't do what he asks you to do, he's like, "No, you're going the wrong way. Like, turn around." Like that sort of stuff. And it reminded me of kind of like the Stanley Parable. You know, how you've got the narrator.
Very much like that.
Kind of reminded me of that. It's like a similar sort of humor vibe. So like, I like that, and like, I'm going to play a lot more of that game this year. But from what I played, like that was by far the best sidekick. It was really funny.
Yeah, I couldn't play much of it because obviously my hand was sore and I kind of forgot about it. But not sure.
Cool. Best controller.
See, this has always been a weird category. Bon, will you move? There's always been a weird category for me because, like, I can't. I love the DualSense, right? I love the DualSense. I think it's a phenomenal controller, haptics, everything. I think it's far better than the Xbox. But it dies every single time. Like every night I use it. All three of them. Like, not all three of them in the same night, but like, doesn't matter. It's not just one. This isn't just a one-off. If you're using this thing with haptics and everything on, it's running out within a few hours. You maybe get 3 hours if you're lucky, gaming 4 at a push. So my Xbox pad, I maybe get 8 hours, maybe 8. And then my Switch controller, every month I charge that. Like it just never, Switch Pro controllers just never run out. They don't. So I'll say, do you know, I'll say DualSense, like shit battery, but it's the best controller.
I say DualSense as well. Like I got, I can't remember if it was this year or last year. Sorry, it must have been. I got like another DualSense, a blue one, and the blue one's newer, and the blue one has a slightly better battery life. So the color,
I've got the red one.
They're slightly better.
Maybe 10 minutes more. Like they honestly die so quickly. I'm like, the fuck, man.
I haven't really had any issues. I charge my
controller. And then, do you know what the funniest thing? Here's the most ridiculous controller this year is the 200 and whatever pound Sony DualSense Pro that's got worse battery life. So you get like 6 paddles and worse battery. And like I was watching even like Spawnwave, and he's like, I don't understand what they've put in the controller that's like having worse battery life. There's no new battery draining features in this controller. Like the paddles are just button presses.
There's something in there that's
a cheaper battery. That's what it is.
Probably, yeah, probably.
So yeah, DualSense 5, I would say. Yeah.
Cool. Best soundtrack.
I did have an answer for this, and I've closed my window.
Just keep your window open. You're going to need it. Like I have my window just like covering my screen, so I can just see you.
But you know how professional I am, like especially
not
doing this stuff. Not even a bit. It was when Andy said, "Have we got a document for this show of the year yet?" I mean, the question is, do you? So, yeah, I do have an answer for this, and it was kind of a cheat in a way.
Okay.
My answer might have been different if I'd played something else. So I've got Sonic Origins down.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that came out this year, so fair enough.
And the reason is because it's the jukebox, and it's like, it's kind of annoying because you wish they had the games, but it's got like every Sonic soundtrack in there, even though it doesn't have like Knuckles Chaotix and things like that. Sonic Spinball, that like, it was a cross between that and obviously the Cowabunga, not the Cowabunga collection. What was the first one that came out? Shredder's Revenge.
It was good. I was a toss up between that and the game that I picked. So I also picked a Sonic game, Ali. I picked Sonic Frontiers.
Oh shit! Yeah, change it. Swap. No, Sonic. I wasn't thinking because I was in the middle of writing Mario Kart as I was adding to this. You're right, but I'll let you explain.
I had to actually go and listen to the Sonic Frontiers music.
I've got the soundtrack on my playlist.
Yeah, I had to go and listen to it out with the context of the game because the music in the music in the overworld is not great. The music in the levels is totally fine.
Yes,
and the music in the boss battles is fucking brilliant.
Amazing.
Like I had to go because I didn't like the boss battles, and we'll get into that later on. The actual mechanics of them.
Sonic.
I had to go and listen to the music out with the context of that, and the music's fucking banging, absolutely banging. Every single one boss battle fight is amazing.
It nearly got to the number 1 for Christmas over here.
Yeah,
it was close in the iTunes charts. Like I can't remember what song it was, but it's phenomenal. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
scrap Sonic Origins, even though it is great. Sonic Frontiers. Like I said, I was writing a guide when I was doing this lesson.
Best visuals, so graphics or art style, whichever you like.
See they're two different things, but I put down Tinykin. Don't know if you remember that. Kind of looks like Papercraft meets 3D Micro Machines. I absolutely I loved the way it looked. I thought it was beautiful.
Nice. I picked Plague Tale Requiem. So like that game sacrificed performance in order to
for 4K rats,
visual fidelity for 4K rats. Yeah, and like there's just, it's not even the rat bits that are like impressive. It's the bits when there are no rats and like there's just like quiet, still moments that you just look out at the kind of the vistas and that that's shown, and it's like, Oh my god, it looks amazing. Like, it's so nice looking, and this isn't like a AAA publisher. This is like a smaller studio, like a AA game, and like it just looks fucking great. And like I love what they did with it. So yeah, Plague Tale. Best PS Plus game.
I don't really into. I can't remember what was in plus.
I chose Crash Bandicoot 4 because
I'll choose that as well.
that I'm going to play that this year, so that was helpful for me, and I've played a little bit of it. It's pretty fucking fun so far. So I picked that one because that's
I'll choose the same.
The only PlayStation Plus essential game that I've really played. I've played some of the stuff on Premium and Extra and that, but like in terms of the essential, like that's pretty much all I played. Best Game Pass game. There's so many. Like,
yeah, I was kind of sorry. I need to get my list back up. I shouldn't. I'm just going to open it on my phone. It's going to be easy. I keep shutting it.
You played a lot of games on Game Pass.
Yeah, I did.
So did I. I played it quite a lot.
Right for the Xbox Hub. It's kind of hard not to. As Dusk Falls is.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Obviously, you spoke about it earlier, and I'm sure you're going to speak about it later on as well. For me, Plague Tale Requiem, like, can't believe we got that game on Game Pass. Like, I would have bought that game day one, full price, fucking 60, 70 quid, whatever it was. Don't care, because I love the first game. So the fact that it came to Game Pass, amazing. That paid my Game Pass for the entire year, because like I was all in that game anyway. So yeah, everything else I got from Game Pass was free, and I paid Game Pass for the year for that. So yeah, brilliant game. Best Switch Online subscription game. Now you don't have this, do you? Or no, you did get it. You did get this.
I got it. I've not used it.
You haven't used it.
Yeah.
I played one game for
Where's GoldenEye?
Yeah, it's not out yet. I played one game for like 10 minutes, which was Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which came to Classics last year, so it goes to that.
And I can't have one because I haven't even opened it. I got it for the Family Pass. Basically.
Yeah, and it was pretty cheap to get that. And like,
oh yeah,
you will like get to play GoldenEye. When GoldenEye comes out, we'll definitely play the multiplayer on it because it's multiplayer on Switch only. It's closest to Switch.
Yeah, we'll play it for an hour and then go. Yeah, that was not good. But
yeah, like I wish I had not tarnished my memory of this game.
Yep, it's exactly what's going to happen. I know it is.
Best free to play game.
That came out last year.
Well, just for the year in general, because obviously these free-to-play games, they like continually update themselves over and over. So it's just whatever free-to-play game you liked last year. Like you played one. There was one that you had for review that was like a currency-based one. I can't remember what it was called.
What?
I can't remember what it was called. You reviewed it. Like
I've reviewed a lot, man.
Yeah, but it was like a free-to-play game. Like it was on Xbox.
It was Rumbleverse, was it not?
I don't know. I mean, that was free. I didn't like that one. No. I picked Fortnite. Like, it was by far the game, the free to play game that I played the most, and probably the game I still played the most.
I don't know. I didn't play a free to play game apart from that one. That's all I played.
What I did play of Fortnite, like they did something cool at New Year. So I was in Fortnite at the Bells on New Year with Mark and Ian. And they did a countdown, and when the bells hit, like they made all the characters dance for like a few seconds, so they couldn't shoot or anything. It was kind of cool. I like that.
There is, I suppose, Path of Titans, but
yeah,
I really do like that game. But I mean, I don't know if it was free to play or not.
I think that was free to play. Let's go with that.
I mean, it's free on your phone, but you have to buy it. I think it was free. You get so many dinosaurs free. That is a really good game, man. I need to get back on that. I haven't played it for a wee while. Yeah, that game was great. I never reviewed it. I just did a preview sort of thing on it.
Yeah, I think it was that one I was thinking of.
Absolutely amazing. So, and I want to talk about it. So in that game, you basically you start as a small dinosaur, and it teaches you the basics of. So it's a survival game, and I don't like those. But it makes sense when you're a dinosaur, and it's like you drink water, you need to eat, and then you've got small tasks, but it's nothing crazy. It's like collect berries, collect this, go here, discover this place, and it's like you just live. It's one of the most relaxing games I've ever played. Just kicking it back as a dinosaur. What I would recommend is firing up Spotify or Apple Music and having the Jurassic Park soundtrack playing in the background.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Because sometimes this game looks absolutely beautiful, especially on the Series X. And like when the sun's setting and like you're walking through a river or something, like I play as a Spinosaurus. I haven't got any other dinosaurs made in it yet, but I'm just kicking about swimming in the river and I'm like, do you know, Andy,
Yeah.
sometimes that's what I need. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
totally.
years ago when I was bored and didn't want to play anything, I would always go and play like an open world game like Spider-Man or GTA. See now, something like Path of Titans is just perfect for me, but it's like, yeah, I know I could get eaten, but most of the time people are just pretty chill, unless they're out hunting packs and they've got quests and stuff. And you do occasionally get douchebags that just grief kill and stuff, but you swap server. You can get private servers as well. Like this game's infinite. People have made the Jurassic Park versions of the dinosaur skins. Like if you have the paid version, it unlocks mods, like the option to do mods. And once you've done that, you get infinite dinosaurs because there's you can run about as the Dilophosaurus, like the raptors from it and stuff. I just love it. And now that you reminded me of it, it's just because of so many games this year.
Yeah,
I need to go back and play it. And the good thing about this is it's total cross-platform. So you can play this on your Xbox, PlayStation, mobile phone. Like I've got Path of Titans on my phone. I could sit and play it there. My one gripe with it, even though it was my favorite, even though I said it's totally cross-platform, it's not free to play on Switch. And I wanted it on Switch. I'm like, that would be perfect for Switch. Switch, you need to buy the starter pack. And I'm like, I know I didn't pay for it in the first place, but I don't really want to buy a starter pack when because I've been given, because to cover the full game, I get given the starter pack, you know, as part of my coverage. And I don't want to have to buy a starter pack. It's like, can I not just sign in? So, but I would happily pay for it. I've already got it everywhere else. But yes, Path of Titans is amazing, especially if you like dinosaurs. Sorry for rambling.
Best multiplayer.
I haven't played much. Final Fantasy 14.
Nice.
Love it. When I can figure out how to sign up for it. That game still has issues. Sorry, I won't rant for a while, but that game should have a subscribe in-game option. Like, I would constantly play that game if I could jump in for a month and then go, oh yeah, do you know what? I fancy playing it. See the fact I have to jump through it every single time, 3 hurdles just to sign up. 4 this time, and I had to go through a 5th option just to get signed up. So you have to sign into your Square members account, then your Final Fantasy account for the Lodestone, then it's the Mognet account. Then you go into your Mog station and you have to subscribe and see, because we haven't played for a while. It's like, oh, please add a new credit card to validate. Did that. It took, I don't know if I showed you the money it took out my account. Pound.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, something like that.
And it came out my account. It says, try another card. I'm like, oh, have another card. And I went on to like even chat and I emailed them and I said, they said, try another card. That's your only option. And I said, so you're saying the only option I have is opening another bank account? And they said, no, we're not telling you that. I goes, but I've only got one bank account, this one. So you're telling me to open another bank account? They said, no. So then obviously I discovered that you could buy the passes, the monthly passes. So I just bought a 2-month pass and that was fine. But I mean, it should be a lot easier at this point, especially when the game does so well, you know. Maybe that's why.
You should just be able to buy this time on the PlayStation Store.
In the game.
100%.
In the game.
Yep.
I should be able to go to start. You don't have a subscription. Would you like to subscribe? Yes. How long would you like? Pick up. That's what it should be.
Yeah. Like, do you want to subscribe for a year, pay this much? Do you want to have a monthly charge of this? Blah, blah, blah. The exact same way.
Other games do it.
Fucking
Elden
Fortnite
Ring
does it
online.
Fortnite does it. Elden
Ring online.
Oh, Elder Scrolls Online, right? Okay.
What am I saying? Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. Yeah. Elden Ring Online. I mean, that's the game we wanted, Ali.
Yes. Sorry. So Elder Scrolls Online. They've got like their subscription service as well, and you could do it in the fucking game. So I don't get
it. Okay. Best multiplayer for me was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge, purely because
I played it solo.
It just worked. Like the multiplayer just worked perfectly.
Much to it.
Like there wasn't much to it, right? But like the other issues that we've had with multiplayer stuff this year, like Elden Ring, just like impossible to get working. It's like kind of hidden away in a corner somewhere. Like when they advertised it, it's like, this is a multiplayer game. Like, go and play with your pals, and you can, but like it's fucking like pushed away in a corner. You need to do very specific things at very specific times to be able to match up with your pal. No, like in this game, you just went, I want to play with my mate. Boom, boom, done, and you're playing with your mate. Great, cool.
It's a very
yeah,
different game, but
a totally different game, right? But like, but even Gotham Knights, like we liked that game in multiplayer, but we had big issues with it with some of the
We did have
progression
issues.
stuff, where I didn't have any of that with Team NT whatsoever. I played the game through entirely with Mark and Ian and had not a single issue at all.
yeah, it was
Great fun,
it had
great
to
fun
work
game
that
as well.
good.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it had multiplayer, because some of these games come out and they're like, oh, local multiplayer only. So the fact that it
See,
had
the cool
online
thing
multiplayer
about
was cool.
the cool thing about the Turtles collection that came out after it as well, that was all the old ones. It had multiplayer on the games that allowed multiplayer back in the day.
Yeah.
Like if the game was more than one player, then you could play online with it, which was cool.
Cool. Best alpha, beta, or early access game.
I don't think I played any.
So we're going to kill this category for next year because I really struggled to find one. Like, because
I don't sign up for them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, most games they like actually don't tend to come out in alphas or betas or anything like that. And if they do, there's so many other games that come out that we don't bother to play them. We're just like, I will wait for the full release. And obviously, I played the demo for Forspoken, but it wasn't really like an alpha or a beta or anything like that. Really, so it's just a demo, and it was really bad as well. So I picked Turbo Golf Racing, which is basically Rocket League golf. So like you're racing about and you're hitting a giant ball into a golf thing. It was all right.
Kill the category.
But yeah, the category will be
This was more a PS3, PS4 category.
Yeah, the category will be killed. Best water.
That's definitely a PS3, PS4 category. So the best water, sorry, the best water that I seen. Gran Turismo 7.
Okay.
The rain effects and the water in that was, as much as the game's kind of, not that it was ever the most exciting, but it had an addictive element to it. This didn't. This had a sort of hurry up and buy element to it. It's a £70 game. It almost felt like a freemium game for £70. Or heavy, because remember they went and they get into, it kind of died away. Like that's when it killed it. It's like a month into the game and they patched it to make it more difficult to earn cars in game. And people are like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, well, put more of a challenge. And they're like, no, you're making it almost like to the point where people have to pay for it after. So yeah, the water was nice, but I've got higher hopes for. I always said Forza was better than it. And Gran Turismo 7 is not a bad game, but the practices behind the game is just totally killed my enthusiasm for it. But yeah, it had the nicest water.
Yeah, I went for Horizon Forbidden West. The water in that game is really nice. It's not it's probably not the nicest water I've ever seen, but in terms of this year, it was easily the best water. There wasn't much amazing water this year, to be fair.
I mean, The Witcher 3 remake and Last of Us remake has good water, but I mean, see when you're playing like a car racing game that's it focuses on the fidelity, you're not beating that. It looked really good.
Best snow.
I don't think I've experienced snow.
For me, I picked God of War Ragnarok because there's an unbelievable amount of snow in it. It's just fucking everywhere. So like, it just goes to that game. Like,
I put it on for like an hour, and I'm like, I've just finished the last one.
You would have only seen snow then.
Yeah, but I can't count God of War because I mean, I just went back and finished the first one, but I just didn't expect the second one to be so similar to it that put me off playing any more of it just now. So yeah, I didn't really see any snowing much this year. That like I'm looking down games that I've played as well.
Gran Turismo have snow in it? I don't know. Don't think so.
Nah, not that stood out. I don't think it did anyway.
I'm going to say you picked God of War.
No,
there was snow in that game.
What
about Sonic? It's probably Sonic. There's some snow in Sonic.
Ice Cap Zone and Sonic's the best snow of all time.
There you go. Or Mr. Freeze in Gotham Knights. There's a small, tiny bit of snow.
Does that count as snow though?
I wouldn't say so. No. In Sonic,
it's that's a really cool fucking part of the level, but I wouldn't. It's snowing. It's more ice.
Yeah, more ice. Best hair.
I need to stop closing this window. I'm actually reading something else as I'm speaking to you.
I picked Horizon Forbidden West. Like Aloy's hair it was really good in the first game, and it's better in this game. It's still not perfect. It's still sometimes it goes a bit weird, but the way they've kind of animated it, like with all the kind of strands and whatnot, like it looks really cool. So it goes to Horizon.
I didn't write anything on this. Now I'm looking at it.
He picks Horizon.
No,
You didn't play Horizon.
Knuckles dreadlocks. There you go.
Okay, fair enough. Best boss fight. Now I think we're going to match on this one.
You say Horizon.
Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, that's actually what I've written down. I was like, he's not going to pick. Yeah, it wasn't. It was more the build to the boss fight than the actual boss itself. It was probably the most challenging boss in the game, to be honest, because you had to you couldn't just rely on one move to beat him. You had to constantly be on your toes, and you had to constantly keep moving. So, yeah, actually, the boss was pretty good. Thinking about it, we just sucked the first time we did it.
Yeah, the boss was fun, and it was well designed mechanics and that, and it was you had to do a bunch of different stuff to get around the weird attacks he was doing, and yeah, it was really fun. I do think if I had played this single player, I probably wouldn't have picked this. I would have probably picked an Elden Ring boss, but I think having the co-op companion with you that's doing something kind of different, because obviously I played as a kind of melee fighter and you played as a ranged fighter. I think that kind of added to it. So we've got we're attacking really on kind of two different fronts at two different times all the time. And I think that really added to it and made it more fun. I think if we'd been able to play Elden Ring co-op together, it would have 100% been an Elden Ring boss, but we weren't. So it goes to this.
I mean, it was also the lead up. See, just Mr. Freeze had frozen the part of Gotham.
Yeah,
it was it was straight out of a comic. It was great, having to make our way up the tower while it was frozen. It was really cool, man.
Best opening scene.
I haven't written anything. Because the problem is my best opening scene is re-release. So,
I mean, if it came out this year,
I feel it's you can with The Last of Us. That opening scene's phenomenal. It's iconic. You know it. Joel at the start with his kid, and everything goes. Yeah,
that is a good one. That is one of the best openings to a game ever. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I picked Plague Tale Requiem. They kind of start that game off really nice and just kind of chill, and you're wandering about and just nice things are happening, and then you end up in the shit and not in with rats and stuff, but just in a really bad situation. And it kind of it brings it back down to the characters, because at the end of the last game, the game had gotten quite big and grandiose with all these rats and all this shit happening everywhere. And this game, the beginning of this game, brings it right back to just being about those two characters and their kind of dynamic together. And I really liked it. It was the end of the opening scene is really poignant for kind of what happens. I'm not spoiling in case people haven't played it, but it's really poignant for what happens and the direction that the two characters go in through the game. Really good, really well set up.
Nice.
And then the last game award before we move on to the top 10s is for the best console of 22.
Series X.
Okay. So do you want to say more about that, or just
Game Pass?
Game Pass, yeah. Game Pass machine. I picked PS5 basically because Series didn't really have any exclusives. And PS5 PS5 had two really big exclusives this year. They had God of War and Horizon. Now, not technically exclusive to PS5, but they played best on PS5, and they loaded faster. The PS5 loads faster than Series X.
Oh, there's no denying that.
And I prefer the controller, so PS5 for me. I did have a great time with my Series X this year and my PS5, so there's not a lot in it, but PS5 just edges it for me. Switch,
PlayStation, Xbox exclusive. Sorry, Xbox exclusive games this year. It hasn't died a death this year. As Dust Falls, Grounded, Immortality, Pentiment, and Vampire Survivors.
No.
5.
Switch.
No. I'm talking. You've just said that PlayStation had two really good ones. So I'm just saying that Xbox had good ones as well.
They had good ones, just not first party AAA releases, whereas PlayStation did have two big ones.
They're kind of stuck with Halo. Gears is another year or two away. Yeah. Forza's maybe this year if we're lucky. So they've got nothing at the moment. And Fable we'll talk about next week, but it's doomed, I think.
And all them Bethesda games should have come out this year. And then they've all been pushed to next year. So Starfield and Redfall and stuff like that. We're going to get all those next year. I think next year's going to be fucking Xbox, hands down. Sorry,
this
yeah, 2023 is going to be Xbox hands down because there's some real bangers.
I don't know, man.
Sure.
Do you know why? Because I don't know if Starfield's coming this year.
Starfield's coming this year, man. It's going to be amazing. I can't fucking wait.
I'm not saying it's not going to be amazing. I'm just saying it could slip.
It could.
And you've got Tears of the Kingdom coming, which
Yeah. Look, Switch is a
game
distant third this year, though. Switch had a terrible year.
For you,
Terrible
no,
year.
Andy, you had a terrible year with Switch. There's very different.
It was
Switch
nothing came to Switch. Absolutely nothing that I wanted to play.
Splatoon 3, one of the best-selling games of all time on any Nintendo platform.
Yeah,
you
I
had
played
Xenoblade
Splatoon
Chronicles
2.
3.
No,
It's not the same. Splatoon 2 is not the same. You are absolutely nonsense. Like,
Here we go.
Honestly, and it finished this year. It finished this year with Sports Story being flung in, which is honestly amazing. And you Kirby and the Forgotten Land as well. Are you kidding me?
Kirby, who cares? Where's Mario? Where's Zelda? Like, this is what I want.
They don't come every year, you know.
Metroid
Mario did have a
last
game
year.
this year. Listen to me. Mario did have a game this year.
Rabbids.
Yes, and it reviewed very well. You haven't played it, so you can't comment.
Yeah, because I don't want to play it because
You haven't played it. I cannot comment.
You didn't play them.
I can comment.
PS5 for mouse for me. I think Switch will be more in contention next year, but I think Xbox will win next year for me. That's my prediction.
This year, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, this year. I'm still thinking 2022 because we hadn't done the show yet.
Also, Pokemon Legends was this year on the Switch as well.
Are
you joking?
I played it. I did play that one.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Honestly, Splatoon 3 is absolutely one of the best games ever. Never mind, technically, they also get Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7. So.
It did, but it probably plays terribly on the Switch.
Bayonetta 3, there you go. There's another. Andy, you're joking yourself. You haven't looked at half these games. Bayonetta 3 is phenomenal, and you like the Bayonetta series now. So
yeah, I mean, I've played Bayonetta 1 and 2, but like Bayonetta 3, I will play it.
Majority of the series.
I have. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we'll move on to the top 10 games of 2023 from 10 to 1. So we'll do 10, 10, 9.
We're looking into the future.
2022, sorry. Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
You forced me down. No, you forced me into 2023, and now I have to go back. Right, back to 2022. Top 10 games of 2022. Number 10. What was your number 10? Ali, go.
I haven't got my list open. Can you just read yours? I'm reading through Switch. You made me read through what came out Switch this year.
What he means is I've not made my list yet.
I have made my list, obviously.
My number 10 is Vampire Survivors. So this is a game that we berated.
Sorry, did I make that out loud? It's shit. That's why. Never mind. You berated and changed your mind. I berated and it is absolutely awful.
Did you play it? Yeah, you've tried it. Yeah,
I played it before you did.
Okay, right. So like I hadn't played it until after we'd spoken about it because we like looked at it and we're like, what the fuck is this game? All you do is move around. Like that's all you do.
Yep, that is all you do.
That is all you do, and you move around and you do upgrades when you hit a level. So like you upgrade all the time. But it's fucking fun as anything. It's really fun. It's really fun.
It's not. It's a game.
It's a basic, very simple game, but it's very addictive and it's extremely fun to do the upgrades. And like, there's a bit of chance involved, and there's a bit of kind of skill to a point, and then there's a bit.
No, there's not.
And there's a bit of skill. There's a bit of strategy in terms of what you pick.
You just do that.
See, it depends what weapon you have as to what,
doesn't because it's shit. I'm never playing it again. That shouldn't have been anybody's list.
I had it as 10.
A lot of people had it higher. I just think they're all crazy.
I saw
people.
Kind of Funny Zone, and they had it at like joint 8, I think it was. I had a lot of fun with this game, and it's very addictive, and it's very simple, and anybody could play it. Like you could give this game to Tasha. Tasha could play this game.
I wouldn't because she would go, "This is shit."
But she could play it. It's simple. Anyone could play it. It's a good game.
Oh,
so
I've got
what was your
codes?
What's your number 10?
Let me have a look. I still haven't opened it. It's just the minute you said Vampire Survivors. I do have a list. Number 10 for me was Immortality, which is a game we spoke about. I'd never played games like this before. There's more gameplay in this than there is in Andy's walk around the screen. Fair play, it was made by like one person. Fair play, but like.
Well, I don't know if it's quite one person, but it's like it's Sam Barlow, and like I'm sure he's got a team as part of him now.
He's maybe got a sound guy, right? But
And
Immortality
obviously,
is also
all the actors and the people that filmed it, there's not one guy fucking filming all them scenes. There's no way.
in what?
In the movies?
I'm talking about Vampire Survivors,
Oh, Vampire Survivors. Yeah, aye, that's one guy.
made by one
Yeah.
person.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about Immortality. That's not one guy.
No. So Immortality, it's made by a smaller studio, but he
Yeah.
had made movies like this before, and I spoke about it earlier. You need to start. How much have you drank already?
No, not even one bottle.
Yeah, that's enough for you. You're cut. So like, Immortality is not my type of game. Andy will tell you that, and if you listen to the show, you'll know that Immortality is just not my type of game. Where it's not traditional gameplay. It was more of a puzzle game in a way, but very simple, basic puzzles. The clues are kind of in what you're watching, and it's kind of a murder mystery in a way, where you have to figure out who's done the murder, what happened to her. You have to find out what happened to the actress. And when you first stumble across, I don't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't played it, but see when you first stumble across the method of, because you'll do something. Like there's different mechanics, and basically it's like playing a DVD. So you can play, skip, you can rewind and stuff, and you'll randomly do some of these and see when you come across, oh, hold on, what was that I just seen?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll go back to see if it's there and replicate it, and then you realize, okay, so what I just did there will unlock more for me. So I need to link the scene somehow. So it's like there's an apple in this scene. Where have I seen an apple? And you'll go through like because it's done like a special edition DVD, so you have to go through the film reels and you'll find the clips from this lost movie that was or this classic sort of movie, and you go through it and you're like, hold on, okay, so that was there, and that guy, you can focus in on it and you can say that guy was in this scene in this movie. See, when there was a scene, and I think it was the gangster movie when the guy gets shot, I was like, I did not see that one coming. That was honestly, my jaw was open at that moment because that was I nearly spoiled how I found it, but I did the thing that you do to find these things, and I'm like, oh my god, he's dead, and I was like, I didn't see that coming. I didn't see him dying, so that was cool. And then when you first see the fucking creepy woman right at the screen, I can't remember the things that she said, but the first time you see her,
she's like staring fucking right into your soul,
like staring
like,
right into your soul. And she's having this weird thing about the old ones, the ancient times, and like you have to try and figure out what's going on. I absolutely adored this game, man. Like one of the best games this year. Absolutely.
Yep. Number 9 for me, Immortality. Like for exactly kind of what you're talking about. Like I've played Sam Barlow's games before. Like I played Telling Lies and I played Her Story, and I absolutely love both those games. So I don't know that this one's quite as good for me as Her Story, but I think it was definitely better than Telling Lies. Like Telling Lies made a few missteps, and this game was much more interesting than that one was. So I think if you like this, you might like Her Story, but it's a kind of different interface the way they do it. But I think this is more accessible to people playing on either mobile devices or on a console than what Her Story is. Because Her Story, you're like typing shit in, trying to search for keywords and stuff, and this one you're just like clicking on things. And this game's on fucking Netflix. Like that's awesome.
Immortality is.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah, so like play it on Netflix, 100%. It was also on Game Pass as well, so it's out there. Like it's really enjoyable, and the movies that are in it are super weird and interesting to watch as in this sort of format too. And there's a lot of, well, comparatively to other games, there's a lot of banging in this. A lot of banging.
There's as much banging as like flicking past Channel 4 and Channel 5 back in the late 90s after 11 o'clock.
Yeah, sure, but you don't get that nowadays. No. But yeah, really good game, and like we said earlier, really good acting as well in the game. So that was my number 9 as well. What was your number
9? So I had Tinykin, which was a game that came to Game Pass. I reviewed it as well. Really great game. It's best way to describe it's kind of like Pikmin almost in a way. Meets kind of Rick and Morty style, not humor, because it has got humorous parts like that, but it's more styled like the cartoon, with the big round eyes, and it's got a Paper Mario vibe to it as well, because it's like kind of 2D characters in a 3D world, and it's like I said earlier about it, it's kind of like Micro Machines in a way when you've got each different room of the house. like you might have the bedroom, downstairs, the attic, the hallway, and each area will introduce like a new Tinykin to you, and each one will do something different. Like you throw the red, I can't remember what they do because it was a while ago I played it, but one will like blow things up, another will start making a bridge, others will connect the electricity. Absolutely brilliant. Not too tasking. Easily can finish this in a few hours. Like it's maybe a 6-7 hour game.
Cool.
Absolutely.
It's on the list for this year.
Oh, did you not play it? Like
No, I never
honestly,
played
man,
it,
it's as close to Nintendo as you're going to get on the Xbox, and I think it's on Switch now as well. But it was exclusive to like Xbox at the start.
Yeah,
as
it's
far
on
as
Game Pass, isn't it? That one.
It's on Game Pass as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware. Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
Really nice looking, and I really enjoyed the story. Not the stories. The stories as in depth as any platformer from the 90s was. But the platforming's all solid. The puzzles aren't too tasking, but they're fun enough. It's not like they become monotonous. They don't stay in one place. Nothing outstays its welcome. You know, you're always moving to something new, finding new like tribes that live in this abandoned house. Because there is a whole story of basically you're trying to find a new power source or something like that. You come back to the house in the 90s and you have to figure out what happened there, and you don't really. Basically, you're a wee guy called Milo kicking about a house, and there's laboratory, and there's like you walk across kitchen sinks into the. I think my favorite area was the kitchen, probably like the kitchen table and walking about, putting the sugar cubes and stuff in place. Like it was just really good, man. I really love every bit about it. It feels it's a game that like I would. It looks like it should be an adult game, but I would like let Lexi play it no bother because there's no adult humor at all, and it's just a really nice, wholesome game, man. So yeah, Tinykin, highly recommend it, man.
Nice. I'll definitely get to play that at some point this year. Like it looks cool. My number 8 then is the Quarry. So that's
I never got round to that.
Yeah, so it's the new game from Supermassive, and like obviously they've been doing the Man of Medan and like Ashes and Little Hope and stuff. So the Dark Pictures anthology games, which are shorter form games. They're maybe 3 or 4 hours ish, plus replays. And this game is their first full game since Until Dawn, so I was really excited to play this game. And it's definitely not as good as Until Dawn, but it's still a good game. Like they did some really good things with it, and like, some really good graphics in it, and great acting. And it tells quite a cool kind of story of like these teenagers that are at like a sort of camp, and they've kind of got to escape some thing that happens. And the way they set it up in the first chapter, I think, was really good. And they don't quite pay it off as well as what I thought they would have, like towards the end of the game. But there's still some really, really enjoyable moments and scenes in it, and like good music and stuff happening in it as well. So, and always with these games, it's all about the choices you make, and they always have like cool effects on how the story pans out for everybody. And you'll make one choice in like chapter 1, and that'll end up leading to another choice later on, and that'll end up leading to someone dying, and that'll affect your ending. Oh, nice, Lolly. Nice.
Yeah, I've got a sore throat.
Okay. So yeah, definitely Quarry number 8 for me. Really good game. You should definitely play that when you get a chance. Like, I don't think, because I can't remember what price point it came out at, but like
it came out at 60-70.
Yeah, so it's not worth that because it is a short game. Like maybe it's 6-7 hours, maybe 8 if you explored a lot. And obviously,
I liked Until Dawn.
Yeah,
Until Dawn came out at 40.
Yeah, Until Dawn's the same though. Like, I mean, it was kind of the same sort of length, like 6 to 8 hours, depending on how much you explored around and how many times you died. And obviously, you can replay these games to get the different endings and stuff like that. That's kind of what they're designed for you to do that. But they did a cool thing at the end of this game, actually, where, you know, most games, like, they'll have, like, the credits will play and you'll have, like, a song playing or something like that going on. And you might have, like, clips of some other stuff going on when the credits are scrolling. This game has a podcast playing. So I really dug that. They have a podcast talking about the events of the game as like a mystery. It's like a solved mysteries podcast. So they have this, and it's just a podcast that plays. And I'm like, cool. I like that. Like, it really, because obviously, like, I'm into podcasts. So I liked the fact that they had that in there. So that was my number 8. What was your number 8?
2 seconds.
He's lost the list again.
No, it's not. It's good, guys. It's cool. So, this game got a harsh reception, but I thought it was great. I've not fully finished it yet. But that's Final Fantasy Origin, Stranger of Paradise.
Oh, okay. I haven't played it.
Absolutely. What?
I haven't played it, so
Yeah. So this is kind of Final Fantasy's take on Soulsborne in a way, but I would compare it. It's more Soulsborne than The Last Jedi was, and everyone kept saying Last Jedi was Soulsborne when it isn't. Um,
Hmm.
So this is kind of a retelling remake, sort of the original Final Fantasy, and people made a fun of made full of it because of the dialogue. But it's when you play it, you realize it's tongue in cheek because the old games that was the dialogue. I'm going to beat chaos. I'm going to fight the chaos in this land. That's half of Final Fantasies up until Final Fantasy VII. Every one of them said that. So this is kind of a tongue-in-cheek version of I want to fight chaos, and it's became like almost
it's like a meme.
It's a meme now, and people kind of play it for the meme. But I quite like the game. Like you've got your 4 characters, Jack being the main guy, and you're playing through trying to defeat chaos. But guess what? The enemy was called chaos, and I don't understand what the problem was. I think the trailers were just crazy Japanese, and it delivered it all wrong. But I really enjoyed this. I'm still playing through it. There's new DLC out for it. I got the Ultimate Edition, so I'll be getting that as well. But I am enjoying it. There are parts where you do need to grind, but you have to do that in Elden Ring and Dark Souls as well. And I prefer Final Fantasy to any Souls game ever, all the time. So the fact that everyone wrote this off before they'd even played it is just, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, it's made by Team Ninja. And if you look at the actual reviews, 72% Metacritic isn't a shit game.
It's good, yeah. That's a good game overall.
So, and like I said, you're fighting chaos. Who cares? You fight chaos in the old Final Fantasy.
I only come to kill chaos.
So basically, you are sorry, my throat's really sore. You basically have to go with your 3 pals. You become the 4. What are they called? The Crystal, the Warriors. Warriors of Light.
Warriors of Light, yeah.
Yeah, and there is a whole big story behind it that I'm not going to get into, but it's much better than the original Final Fantasy.
Yeah, do you know what? To be fair, I'm more interested to play that game than I am to play Final Fantasy 1. I will say that.
Exactly. and you can get this for like £30 now.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely brilliant. It focuses quite a lot on the job system, which I like. So instead of like, if you create a character in Dark Souls, you're kind of stuck as that more or less, unless you respec and stuff like that. Whereas this allows you to switch between roles on the fly. So like, I go like a knight and like you upgrade. There's like ninja and there's all these different job roles. You can swap between them on the fly. But I like whatever role has a sword and shield, and whatever role can use magic. And some of the enemies will need you to swap between them. Like one of the last behemoths, whatever they're called, that I beat. Required me to use a lot of my magic, and it's very much like if you die, then you go back to the save point sort of thing. You have to collect almost like souls by turning them into crystal with your arm. I thought the combat it's not the nicest looking game in the world. Graphics aren't everything. I think the combat in it's really phenomenal. I think last gen held it back a lot. Definitely one for performance mode over 4K, but to be honest, most games are.
Most games are, yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, I don't see everybody's problem with it. I think, like you said, the way they sold it to us, people laughed and went, "What the fuck is this?"
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they kind of came out the gate as a meme unintentionally, and they've obviously hoped that people took it as tongue in cheek, and people went, "This looks shit." And then once people played it, they actually realized the game's not bad, and you know what? Let's embrace the meme. And like I said, I'm sorry, 72% on Metacritic isn't a bad score. Like Game Informer, 7 out of 10, GameSpot, 7 out of 10, IGN, 8 out of 10. Do you know, like all these places?
It's a good game. Objectively good game, yeah.
It's just it's laughed at too much online. But you're not having the most in-depth story. It is tongue-in-cheek. But if you play Final Fantasy 1, the story is I've got to go and save the world. You don't get anything else. You basically that's it. You basically go and grind for like 18 hours and finish Final Fantasy 1. That's it. I've never finished it, but that's what you have to do. That's the story. Whereas this actually does have kind of a story, but the combat's really fun in it, man. I think you should try it at least at some point.
I will try it at some point. Yeah, I mean, how long is it?
I haven't finished it.
Oh, you haven't finished it yet. Okay.
I don't imagine it's 20, 30 hours.
Which is not that long for a Final Fantasy game. Maybe I'll try it. I mean, there's 2 other Final Fantasy games.
Again, it's more of an action RPG than an RPG. So let's just see Final Fantasy Origin time to beat.
Could be a good one for you to beat if you're already a good chunk in.
Oh, I'm going to beat it this year.
Yeah.
Time to beat. Actually, it says between 18 and 46 hours. So for you, maybe 25.
Yeah. Probably about the same for you, maybe slightly less.
No, it depends. You think you're the king of these games now, so. So no, I really liked it. Like there are other options of going and doing side quests and grinding. It's like one of those games though where you can't get too attached to the gear you've got on because it's like you're always going to get gear drops later on that's going to be better. You get Earth Spirits, you get the Final Fantasy spells. Is there summons? I'm trying to think of the summons if I've seen one yet. I'll get back to you another show in the summons. I can't remember at the moment because I haven't played it since last month, and I haven't played much this month at all, apart from watch Lexi play bloody Roblox. So,
I mean, I will get to try that game at some point. I don't know if I like it or not, but I will try at some point.
I think you might.
Yeah,
it's got co-op as well.
Oh, okay, like online co-op.
Hmm. Oh, you play the whole game.
Oh, never told me this. This makes it much more.
It's a Final Fantasy game that you wrote off because of the internet.
I didn't even know it had co-op, mate. I don't think it's got co-op. No, it doesn't.
100%. I'm sure it does.
Nah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it has
co-op. Online co-op.
How to play co-op? Go to the main menu, select online, create a room, invite teammate, or leave it open. Wait for player to join. Choose your mission and select ready. The end.
Cool. It sounds like that's a simple way to do it as well. So, okay, I'll maybe try that.
Final Fantasy, the online multiplayer system in Final Fantasy Origin Stranger of Paradise allows you to play the entire game cooperatively with a friend. Up to 3 friends can team up and play it together.
Oh, okay, cool. I did not know that game is co-op.
So this could have been an online Elden Ring style game.
Cool, fair enough. Well, maybe we could play that this year at some point.
I'm nearly finished it. Fuck you.
Oh well.
Maybe we will. I'll maybe wait. I mean, I'd nearly finished Halo and I went back.
Yeah, I mean,
but I actually like this one.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry to everyone listening, but my throat's sore. I'm having to eat an ice lolly to get rid of it.
Okay, my number 7 game is Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers, which
way too low for it, but I'll just say that.
Which I mean, I had debates about even putting this on the list, right? Because there's a lot of problems that I have with the game, but there are parts of the game that I really, really like, and I do caveat this with that I haven't finished this game.
Yeah, I haven't finished Final Fantasy.
Yeah, but I mean, but obviously you have finished the game, so like there could be parts in the game that I would fucking absolutely love that I've not gotten to yet. I'm on the
probably not because you hate Sonic.
I'm in the third island, Chaos Island, I think it's called.
That the empty one.
I mean, objectively, I would say they're all kind of empty, which is one of the problems of the game. But
empty.
But they have done something.
You're insane, man.
They have done something with Sonic in 3D that has never been done before, and they've made him actually feel fun to run around in this open world. This open world, running around in Sonic, it's fucking great. It's so much fun just to run around and jump about and
speeding around at the speed of sound.
Yeah, like you feel like Sonic, whereas I don't feel like that they've ever captured that in 3D before ever. After having played this game, you're like, this is how Sonic should play, not like anything, not like Adventure and not like Jam or like Sonic R, any of those. Like
Sonic Jam's not a 3D game for the last time.
But the 3D parts in Sonic games even.
Not parts, just a hub.
But anyway, the other games, right? This is how Sonic should feel in 3D to me. And like the fact that you can run around completely freely as well, and you're not stuck on a fucking rail all the time. Because obviously, in like some of those other Sonic games, like Sonic Heroes and Generations, stuff like that, when you're in 3D, you're on a fucking rail. That's it. But and now there is still some elements of that, like in the levels. I don't feel the levels are that good. Some of them are fun, some of them are not good. There's
The
a
cyberspace.
there's a big varying quality I find between the levels. Some of them are quite fun, and some of them are way too raily. There's just so many rails in them.
I don't like any of them.
You don't like any of them? Okay, cool, fair enough. Like there's some of them that I didn't mind, and some of them I'm like,
I don't think. Sorry, I don't think they're as good as Sonic Generations.
do you know what? Yeah, I would agree, and I don't think they're as good as Sonic Lost World either. Like for those levels, I think what they should have done, and I think this would be so much fucking cooler, and it would actually harken back more to Sonic Jam, or they should have at least put this in, and it might be in the game later on. I doubt it though, based on how it's going. They should have made 2D levels in these 2D Sonic sprite levels. This is what they should have done. When you go into
100%.
cyberspace, just fucking have
I've always said this. The 2D parts of Sonic don't need to use the 3D engine.
Yep, they do not.
Have it changed to 16-bit graphics and 16-bit mechanics. Honestly, that would be perfect. If you're going to force these 2D stages into Sonic, make them 16-bit. Get the Mania team, whoever's left of it, to make those levels. Get the Sonic Origins team to make like your 10 levels and stay the fuck away from it and just have it swap into that.
Yeah.
Like, you can do it. But having the 3D engine in 2D, I can't remember what world it is. I'll talk about Sonic Frontiers in a bit as well, but like, I can't remember what world it is where it forces you into 2D for no reason. And it's like you're walking along and then the camera turns and you're like, I just need to run around this section. And it's like, there's no need for me to go into 2D because I can run around it.
It actually does that annoyingly a little bit in the open world as well. So like when
That's
you're in the
what
open
I'm
world,
about.
yeah. So
One
like
of
you happen to get on a platform or a rail or something like that, and then it's like, boom, now you're in 2D, and you're like, right, cool. I wanted to go like that way, but you can't get out of it without going out of the course somehow. And like sometimes it locks you in for like the whole course, and you end up fucking way over there, which is quite annoying. But I can live with that. To an extent, that's fine. I do wish that either those things disappeared once you'd done them, or that they had like a big tick mark next to them or something like that once you'd completed that bit. Because the amount of times I've been around the same thing, like the same sort of wee track, where I'm like, have I done this one? Maybe. And then I'll go and do it and get to the end and ping at the end, and then like go flying up in the air, and I'm like, yeah, cool, I didn't get anything for doing that. I must have done this one already. Because there are some of those that are quite similar to each other. But I did like doing all those, and like when it's a new fresh one, you're like, oh cool, I haven't done this one, and like it's fun to do, like the wee puzzle platform and things, and some of them are quite diverse and varied, and there's a lot of different like little puzzly things to do, which I liked. I didn't like how devoid the world was of personality though, because it's just like you've just got a big open world and you've got like little trick things that you can go around, like little trick puzzle things you can go around. And I would have loved to have had more interaction with the actual characters, with his friends, because the interactions you have with them, I did not like.
Jump in here.
Yeah,
you're right. Do you know why? Because they missed the release date already, and Sega said you need to have it out.
Yeah.
See the free DLC that's coming?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not playing the complete version of this game. That's why it's free DLC, because they've been like, your game's done well, let's finish it, keep the fans on the hook. So they're adding in, because what it seemed to be built, I'll talk more about it later, but it seemed to be built around when you rescue these characters, you're bringing them into the world and you're going to be able to control them. And that's totally not in it. It's just a case of rescue them and who cares. But this new DLC, it's allowing you to play as these characters, and it's like adding in stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, the game, I was wondering why it was missing that. So I think this game was rushed to the post,
and they just cut that one particular part from it. Yeah.
Oh, they cut a lot out of it, man.
It makes sense. And like for me, I don't like the big boss fights. The normal sort of wee world bosses, I think they're fine. I like the way the mechanics work for those guys.
This is where the madness begins.
Right. No, I like the mini bosses, right? So you get the mini bosses in the open world where they're like you're fighting against like a big spider,
kind of Shadow
like
Colossus style things.
Big tower and things like that. Those are quite fun, and like you have to work out how to beat them. Like you have to draw the little circle around its leg, and then it goes, and then you can attack it. Like that sort of shit. I love that.
That's mini bosses.
They are. They flash up and it says like Yeah, and there's like a shark one and stuff, and like they're all bosses.
Shark is awful. That is the worst boss in the game.
I
You
know.
just have to chase it under the sand.
Yeah.
That I hate that thing, man. I honestly hate that shark.
And then
in
there's
that desert bit.
there's the one that you have to like run along its tail and dodge the bullets and stuff.
Oh, and it takes forever to get to
And
the
it
top.
takes forever to get to it.
Called
to
the
get to it, yeah.
snake or
Whatever it's
some
called. Yeah.
cobra.
But no, the flying one. It's the flying one.
Yeah, but it's called something like snake or cobra. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
So like those ones I quite like, especially the ones that are on the ground. See if you start on a boss
Like the ninjas.
fight. Yeah, and you start on a boss fight and you end up fucking away over the other side of the map. That's annoying because the fast travel mechanic in this game is really bad.
No, it's not.
It's terrible.
It's not, because you can fast travel everywhere, and plus, see, when you've got like your full ring capacity, if you'd spent time leveling up Sonic's rings, which I know you haven't, then you'd be able to run from one end of the island in seconds because you're Sonic.
So
you haven't done that.
I can say fair enough to that. I haven't completed the game yet, right?
No, it's nothing to do with completing the game. You've not leveled them up.
I haven't leveled up that much. I think I'm like level 11 for rings, something like that. Level 11.
What exactly? Out of 50, you maniac.
Right, sure, but the problem that I have with that is that there's so many sporadic little islands that are away off the beaten path that you have to go around like loop the loops and all this sort of shit to get to, which is annoying when you're trying to get to like one place way over there, and then I've got to go all the way back, track the way through this island, and then go all the way over there. Annoying. I wanted to fast travel. Right, I wanted to fast travel back to the levels.
You can fast travel.
Already played. You cannot fast travel back to the levels you've already played.
Yes, you can, because you just, Andy.
How?
You can fast travel to any cyberspace level. You can fast travel to any of the Guardians that give you the upgrades.
Okay. How?
You can also change maps at any point.
I need this.
This is the second time I've told you this playing Sonic. Get good.
Well, right now I do not have the option.
What do you need?
Game. When I go to the
travel to the cyberspace.
When I go to the fast travel, right? Fast travel in the menu. Just link me the guide in. When I go to fast travel in the menu, I can fast travel to any of the little guys that I've discovered the scroll when I've been fishing. That's the only fast travel options I have. The guys who have
you have.
So you can send me a guide if there's a way to do it.
I did. Cool. I actually did. Sonic Frontiers, how to fast travel.
Yeah. So send me that guide. I haven't found this naturally in the game, so that's a problem with the game because I'm like 12 hours in or something like that. And I would like to go back and replay some of the levels to get more things, but I do not have the option to. And the fact that the game has not told me how to do it, and I have to rely on Ali telling me to do it, it's a problem. But fishing's fucking great.
It's pretty easy how to do it.
It's pretty easy, but it's fucking fun.
Like, no, not fishing. No. To unlock fast travel to any portal, it's pretty easy. But read my guide so I get a click on it.
I will, but
fishing is amazing, right? And here's my one criticism about the story, because the story's fine, right? Robotics bad, blah, blah, blah. But Sage says to you that everyone comes here to die, or she says something morbid like that. So, if that's true, how come Big is just living his best life? I'm just here fishing, Sonic. Froggy.
Well, I mean,
where's Froggy?
Isn't that kind of in cyberspace though?
The whole thing's kind of technically in cyberspace.
Yeah, but like when you go to that bit though with Big, it's like chilling. It just looks like a level.
Yeah, but he's just chilling.
Icon. But yeah, he is just chilling. I love everything about the fishing game.
Where's Froggy? Bring back Froggy.
No, I don't care about Froggy. Apart from one thing, the only problem with the fishing game is the outline of Sonic. See round about Sonic, there's a very slight shimmer around about him and his rod that looks perfect.
Flat fruit gate all over again.
It is, but it looks perfect when he's just standing there, like when he's fishing. But see when it zooms to the fish, that effect does not move, and it's totally jarring. Takes you out of the game. Takes you out of the realism of the game.
Did you see that link? The realism of a game where a blue hedgehog who can travel at the speed of sound is trapped in a cyberspace that was activated by a fat human who has created an AI daughter, that is the thing to you. Anyway, did you get that link to?
Sure.
I didn't send it to your phone accidentally.
You didn't?
I sent it because
sent it
I've got an
here,
iPhone.
right,
It's
okay.
connected to my Mac, and I'm using my PC for
Okay,
this.
okay. Right, yeah, I see it. You sent it in just general comments. Cool. Yeah, I'll look at that. I'll give you the clicks, and I'll learn how to do it, and I'll report back on next week's show because I think this will revolutionize my enjoyment of this
Traveling
game.
Sonic.
Yes. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll read that and I'll have a look through it. But yeah, I do like the game, but I haven't finished it yet, so it doesn't get any higher for me because of the kind of issues that I mentioned there. But I still think it's a really good
There's
game.
no issues you mentioned.
it's-
I would just say there's no issues you mentioned.
I think it's a really good starting point for a new generation of Sonic.
I would agree with that.
Where I think that they've got some really good ideas here, and once they refine them a little bit for the next game, I think the next game's going to be
100%.
fucking amazing.
And there's going to be a next game now because of what it sold. I mean, this was
Yeah.
outselling God of War for 1 week during its release window.
I
Outselling God of
personally
War.
bought 3 copies of this game brand new. So
Yeah,
I did my
sell
bit.
one, make a profit.
But I did
exactly
my
what
bit.
you're doing.
I did my bit. I bought 3 copies of this game.
My batteries ran out of my headphones. Can you
Oh.
still hear me?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, I
hearing
can.
yourself again just now? So
Yeah,
that's the
yes.
problem with these pieces of shit. I've got the other one charging just now.
Okay. But yeah, my number 7, Sonic Frontiers. Good game. Liked it. It was good. Oh, you can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me, right? Okay. Why don't you tell us your number 7?
So my number 7 comes in strange. This is not one that you would have expected me to put in, but
Life
I
is
really
Strange?
not
No?
quite that unexpected.
Oh.
So this is Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker saga.
Yeah.
Not huge in Lego, as you know, Andy. Although I have built some Lego stuff recently, but this game was phenomenal. Really cool. Like, there will not be I can't say that, but I don't think in the next 10 years there'll be a Star Wars game with as much content character-wise as this game. This game has got characters that are like briefly mentioned. Like, there's hundreds of Star Wars characters in this game, and I don't see one matching it. It's fun, it's charming. Actually, some of the mechanics felt really good. It did feel like it's a whole new engine, like what we've been saying for years with the Lego games. It looked beautiful. Really funny moments. I just don't remember a moment of the game that I didn't have fun. And for a Lego game, for me, like some of the old ones were repetitive grinds, and there is some grind in this one, but I absolutely loved it, every moment of it. And the new engine paid off. And no, it's not just using a tweaked version of the Force Awakens engine that was kind of, it was more 3D than kind of that top
Yeah.
sort of looking one. But yeah, the Skywalker saga is absolutely brilliant. It goes through all 9 movies. I wish it spent longer in some moments, is my only real gripe with it. But game's spot on, man.
I mean, I did play that game. Like, I didn't like it as much as you, but I still liked it. It was a good game. So number 6 for me, Horizon Forbidden West. So I like this game a lot. Like, it was a lot of fun.
Boo!
Nice big open world, and it doesn't get any higher because I don't feel like it did enough beyond what Zero Dawn did. Like, Zero Dawn was amazing because it was all fresh and different and new, and like Horizon Forbidden West, it kind of just iterates on that, and like it does some good stuff. Like, graphics are better, I like it, performs better, like the combat and that's a wee bit better, the open world's a bit better, stories, like the story's maybe not as good actually, and that's why it kind of falls a little bit down for me with Horizon, because Horizon Zero Dawn, like, I loved the story for that, like discovering that it was Earth and everything that you were on, because you weren't sure at the beginning whether it was an alien world or what, and then to find out that it was Earth, like, as part of the story, really cool. And then this one, like, you already know that, so they don't do a huge amount with that for me. And the extra story stuff they added, it was fine, but like it didn't do anything a whole lot new. There was some cool moments, but yeah, it was still fun. But yeah, not as good as the top 5 for me. Like the top 5 are the games that I had the most fun with this year. But to be fair, number 5 and 6, my number 5 and 6 could easily just swap around. Like I had pretty much the same feelings with both of them. So what was your number 6?
See, I'm trying to mute when you're talking because you're now coming through my speakers. So my number 6 was As Dusk Falls that we mentioned earlier. I'm not a fan of motion comic movies. Don't like them. I couldn't watch like the Extremist Iron Man one that I'm sure it was on something like Disney or that on Netflix. It was on for ages, or like the Ultimate Avengers ones. I can't watch them when they're done like that. And this whole story's done like this with 3D elements interjected between. But the story just got me, the characters and the branching paths. And it's one of those like Telltale style where at the end of every sort of stage, it's like, here's like where your path's gone. And the variation, like it warrants a second playthrough. Definitely, because sometimes I made a decision, like some of them are, as you know, in these games, fast decisions. It's like, make it now. And you're like, oh, fuck, I didn't realize that would affect the game so much, like later down the line. And this game is basically, I don't want to spoil it for you because I want you to play it and enjoy the story. It's set through 3 different time periods, I would say. And like present day-ish, and well, I think it's actually 2012, maybe. I can't remember. I reviewed this, I'm sure. And back in the 90s, and it's a botched bank robbery. No, a bank robbery. No, it's kind of like a kidnapping sort of hostage situation that happens. And it's how it affects lives all the way through to like basically present day and what it's done for generations and how your decisions have affected what didn't happen. And I just really felt like everything. And I love games like this. Like if a game can make me feel like I'm truly affecting the story rather than just being a participant. Like The Last of Us 2, my biggest pet peeve for that game was I felt like I was along for the ride rather than doing actually anything to impact the game whatsoever. And I don't mind a set story.
Yeah.
It's just when you feel more like you're an observer a lot of the time in that game. This game, even though you're not actually controlling the character, you're more controlling their decisions, you feel more in control and more involved in the story in this than you did Last of Us 2, in my mind.
Okay.
And I would say it took what I felt Telltale got to with The Wolf Among Us in storytelling before they tried to make many 3D action games with like Guardians and Batman, which was they were fine. But I think The Wolf Among Us was the pinnacle of the original kind of vision, and this takes that a step further in my mind. That's how I can describe this. Superb game, superbly voice acted. Like you genuinely start to care for the characters. Your decisions become more impactful when it goes to like present day and then flashes back and you find out more about what's going on. And see, when you've seen a decision, you're like, I could have saved that guy. And you're like, what the fuck did I say that was wrong? And, you know, it's one of those games. And I truly will play this again. And I really hope it gets a sequel, man, As Dusk Falls. Brilliant game.
Nice. Yeah, my number 5 is God of War Ragnarok. So that's what I was saying about number 5 and 6 being kind of interchangeable because they're both sequels to games that I really, really liked. So obviously this one's a sequel to God of War from 2018 and Horizon sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn. And now I liked God of War 2018, but I probably didn't like it as much as Horizon Zero Dawn. But I think that God of War Ragnarok is probably better than Forbidden West overall. However, I don't think it's as good as God of War 2018, again, because it doesn't really innovate on that game too much, I found. It adds some new gameplay mechanics to it, but if you've played God of War 2018, you kind of know what you're going into when you play this God of War game.
So I will add to that because it's not on my list at all.
Yeah.
Because obviously, as the people listening, if you've listened to the show, you know I've been stuck in that lift in God of War since it came out, since the month it came out. I went back and finally just pushed through it and I managed it. And it was just bullshit. I didn't do much different. It just let me win this time. So I finished it maybe, 3 days before it came out, Andy? And I thought, I'm pre-ordering it. I really enjoyed God of War. I thought it was great by the end. Like, it was the thing that brought me back to PlayStation 4 because I was so pissed off with the PS4 Pro. And then I put on God of War. And I mean, 2 days after I finished it, I put on God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah.
It looks the same. And I'm not just saying that. It looks the same.
Yep.
Because it's in the same place. It's the same characters. It's the same snow. It's the exact same. And I'm like, I've just beasted another 16 maybe hours into the game just last week just to get to this point. I wanted Thor to blow up your house and you have to move to like Switzerland or something. I wanted you just out of there. And you're still, it's more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I think this game got a bit too schmoozed to the top, shall I say. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying like it's more of the same. It's not as I could see more of an argument for Elden Ring than I could for this. And I didn't, as you can tell early in the show, enjoy Elden Ring. I can't see the argument for this being Game of the Year from anyone unless you really like the first one. That's your only argument because it's not better than the first one. It's more of the same with, like Andy said, a few new mechanics, new moves. And the only reason I'm jumping in here is because it's not on my list at all.
Yeah.
And it's not because it shouldn't be on my list. It might have been if it wasn't just exactly more of the same. And I feel I'm in maybe a better position than a lot of people because I 2 days before finished the first one. So that was me playing my first playthrough. So I've got one of the most direct comparisons to this game. I bought God of War day one, but I played 16 hours to finish it, beasted it 2 days before Ragnarok came out, and I got it day one. I played it at midnight. So it was like there was barely even 48 hours between me finishing and picking it up. And it felt like me continuing my save. Graphics moving. There's nothing wrong with that. That speaks volumes for God of War 1. However, my issue with this game is, and I would argue it even being on your list at all, because of this fact, because it's not done enough to innovate from the first game. I'm not saying it's not a bad game. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's what I'm just, I don't know what I'm trying to say because I know it's a good game, but I just don't feel that it's got too much smoke blown up its ass. I would argue
I would agree, but it's still a really good game. Like objectively, a really good game. Like there's good gameplay, there's good story, there's good graphics in it. Again, granted, like I would agree with you 100% with the graphics. Like doesn't seem to be any improvement I would say from God of War 2018. Like, and I'm playing on a whole new console generation. Like, and obviously I'm not doing a direct comparison like you are, but in my mind, God of War 2018 looks just the exact same. And I think the problem is
100% dead.
Yeah. And I think the problem is with the beginning of that game, like you said, it feels like you're playing the same game immediately. And you're stuck in the same area as you played in the entire first game for like 5 hours. Like the first 5 hours is like I'm just playing like a kind of epilogue or like the end of the first game. I don't know. Before they put you into like a couple of different environments.
To me, it felt like that at one point was extra DLC.
Yeah.
Because I've not fully finished the start yet, but I'm maybe 2-3 hours in, and I'm like, this could have started as DLC, but see, because it was maybe taken long with COVID, they maybe pushed it and just stuck it on the start of this.
Until you get away from the snow, I don't feel like this game really kind of comes into its own. It just feels like more of God of War. And like I say, this game, it does feel like just more of God of War, but they do add some new mechanics and stuff like that are fun, and different weapons and things that gathered in. And you do get to play as Atreus in this game, which it has some good points and some bad points. Like he plays quite differently, which is really fun to play as, but I fucking hate his character. I don't like his character at all. Like I never liked him in the first game, and I don't like him in this game.
And you know, down the line he's going to be God of War.
Potentially, like no spoilers for the game, but like
no, I'm not no spoilers for this game. I'm just saying he is. That's what he's been built up for.
But yeah, like so. I mean, if they continue going along that route, then I don't know if I'm going to be interested in the next one because like I quite like playing as Kratos because he's kind of slow and lumbering, and he's got that fucking cool axe that you chuck.
Yeah, the only reason that's keeping me is making me going to finish this one this year is because I'm worried that within a year or two the next one's going to come out because it's going to be in the same engine because it's easier.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the exact same as this fucking game. And I want at least a year or two break between them. Like I don't want to jump from one to the next one if it's going to be that similar.
The one big thing that they improved in this game for me that I enjoyed a lot more in this game than in God of War 2018 was the puzzles. So there are quite a lot of different puzzles in it. Yeah, I know. There's quite a lot of different puzzles in it where you've got to use your axe and your like flamey, what they called, the Blades of Chaos, in different ways to like activate different puzzles to climb platforms and things like that. I really like the way they did.
I know what you're referencing to, and they had those in the tail end of God of War 2018.
They did, but I think they do them a lot better, and they do a lot more in depth in this one as the game goes on. And I really enjoyed those, and I'm like, this is great puzzle game. The combat is good as well, like, but it's the same.
It's the
Because
same
they give you
combat.
all the same moves. I don't like the upgrade stuff. Like, didn't like the way that worked in the first game particularly, and like I didn't like the way it worked in this game.
I don't like the armor or anything the way it works in either of them.
Yeah, like the armor. I find that like once you've got an armor set that you like the look of, I don't want to change it because like I don't want to be looking like some like ridiculous person because it's a third person game, so you see your character all the time. And I don't believe there was what's it called, transmog in this game. I couldn't see any option for it in the menu. It might be in there buried in amongst it, but I couldn't see any option for it. So like it's not like I could still have on my cool looking armor or like my like just basic armor when I was wearing like a fucking big gold Thanos outfit. Like,
see, that's my biggest problem with The Witcher 3. My only problem with The Witcher 3. Now there is a form of transmog now, but when I played it, it's like, yeah, why is this court jester shirt longer than like my knight's gear?
Yeah.
And these poofy, like I don't mean poofy, I mean like puffy trousers, like with flares at the bottom. Why are they like stronger than chainmail leggings? And it's just like,
silly.
No, this is what you're wearing for the next 10 hours. And I think they've done it on purpose. It's like, why do I have to wear purple gloves, mister? These stupid marigold-looking purple gloves. And I'm like, he looks ridiculous, but he's the strongest Witcher in the land. And they're like, yep. I'm now at the point of the game, obviously, where it's like, you can wear what you want in my main save, but like in my new game, I've started to like, I've got the brown, like, frilly shirt and like, is it pouffet, pouffant? What word am I looking for when it's like poofed out trousers? Like
I can picture exactly what you're talking about, where it's like they go like this and they come in at the knees and then
like
they go back out.
out.
Yeah,
is it puffed out?
Yeah. Puffed out.
There's a word for it. Is it buffet? Buffon?
Don't know.
There's a word, but it's like poof. And that's the word I'm looking for.
It's basically like he's wearing a sumo suit on his legs.
yes, kind of like that. But like they're flared and they're stripy and everything. And I'm like, I was kind of cool with my Witcher gear. And it's like, you can find some later when, what level are you?
50 hours from now.
I hate games when it's, and like, that's one thing about like Final Fantasy Origin as well. I don't care. Like, if I have to pick up armor, let me pick it up. It doesn't let me have the optional not to wear it. Like, leave me in standards. Like, imagine playing Final Fantasy VII, Cloud's running about with like a jester shirt on, and like bell bottom flares or something, and like yellow boots. It's like that's not what I want. I just want to. I didn't even like, and although in Final Fantasy VII, I didn't even like when my sword changed. I just wanted the Buster Sword.
I don't know. There were some of the swords that looked cool though, and I did like that those looked different. Like the Force Stealer. Force Stealer was my favorite looking one. It's like a black sword. It looked fucking cool. But yeah, God of War number 5. So good game, but like not quite as good as these other 4 games on my list for this year for me. So what was your number 5? He needs to find the list again.
So before I do my number 5,
okay,
I want to give some shout outs. My special mentions of games that didn't. No, I'll do that at number 1. When do you do your special mentions?
I mean, do it just before number 1, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So number 5, I put Gotham Knights.
Okay.
I don't know how this would have been single player. I think I would have probably got some enjoyment out of it, but because me and Andy played it through, like I had a great time with it. Like absolutely great time. Some moments were awesome, some moments were difficult. Like, but it was more not mechanic wise, more like systems in the game, like saving and stuff like that annoyed me more than anything. Like, why have I not got this? Why have I not got that? Like, I'd play a game with Andy and it'd be like, okay, you're here in the main missions, but why is it not marked off in mine? Or you need to activate the mission and then watch the cutscene and then it will complete it for you. What? and then sometimes I would like beat up 15 guys. We would, by the end, we figured out a system, but we shouldn't have to, where it was like, oh, I'm up to the point of the mission. Because see, if you were in the middle of it, it was like defeat 10 guys and then go and face Harley Quinn. If I went back into my game, it would be marked as complete. But in order to get to the next stage, I would have to beat up 10 guys, activate the Harley Quinn cutscene and skip it. So what we would do is anytime there was a part where it was like beat up 20 goons or whatever, and we'd play it ourselves and then team up when we'd done the main things, which is, it sucks. But I think this game get treated far too harshly. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, but this is a solid 8 out of 10, I would say, easily for me. 8 out of 10 game. I thought it worked directly as a sequel to Arkham Knight, no matter what you're told. Because Bruce Wayne faked his death in that. And in this, the only difference is in this, he died. But see, if you didn't get the ultimate ending for the last game, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
So it does fit. This 100%, I would say this for the last time, 100% this was an Arkham game at one point. 100%. Yep. And then obviously when they were making Suicide Squad, they wanted to do something different with some of the characters. That's what's happened. But what I still don't understand is Suicide Squad's the Arkham game. We still don't know what it is. I doubt that game's coming this year. And Deadshot is now black, even though he was white in the original Arkham games. And it's just because Will Smith...
Yeah, it could be someone from a different universe. Or
it's not. No, they've explained it. They've explained it.
Oh, they did? Okay.
So the Deadshot that we seen in like Arkham Origins was an imposter. Like he was fake Floyd. He wasn't Floyd.
Okay.
So even though he got arrested and he was jailed, so I assume they processed him with his name and everything, looked at certificates and licenses. It wasn't the real Floyd. So this new Will Smith looking Floyd has killed the original Floyd. I don't care what color Deadshot is. It's just a stupid tweak that they've done. But anyway, Gotham Knights. Some of it was dull, some of it was boring. But if you're going to play this game co-op, I'd say it's one of the best experiences you're going to have. Like, you can't play any other Batman Arkham game co-op, and this is playing Batman Arkham co-op. And if you want to play kind of more like Batman, you play as Batgirl because she's got similar moves. If you want to play a bit more acrobatic, you play as Nightwing. If you want to play as a kind of brawler with strong punching and range shots, you play as Red Hood. And then you've also got Robin. No one wants to play as Robin ever, no matter what version of Robin it is. No one wants, even if it was Dick Grayson's Robin, I'm like, no one wants to play fucking Robin. So yeah, you've got a selection of costumes. I think there's some things that are convoluted in it, like the weapon upgrade system and the methods that you have to find materials in the later game stages are a bit like, it's difficult to understand what you're upgrading and why at the start, and what's going to be the most powerful piece of armor and stuff and what's going to benefit. Do you know what? But all that aside, it did a fucking good job of making a fun game set in an Arkham universe style universe. And I had a great time in a game that didn't feature Batman as a playable character. It's just really good and
at all. Like, I don't think you lost anything from not having Batman in the game, really. Like, there's mentions of him and there's a few video clips and stuff like that of him just to keep it kind of in world. But like, I think they did a good job with the 4 characters they had. And like, I learned a lot about those characters that like I didn't know, because like, I mean, I'm not that big into DC. I can have a passing interest in some of the stuff, but I've thoroughly enjoyed playing through that game as background, and I platinumed as well, so liked it. It was good.
Yeah, so that's why. Again, I would say it would still be my top 10 if I'd played it solo, but maybe a couple of spaces further down. So I'd definitely say this is a co-op game. You can play through it by yourself and absolutely have a good time with it, but play it co-op if you can.
Yeah, definitely. Man number 4 then is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. Absolutely fantastic game. Just, it does everything perfectly that you could ever want from a Turtles beat 'em up game, and it does it in a new style. I mean, the story's not amazing, but like, it plays perfectly. Playing it in co-op with people online,
story's really garbage. Fun. It doesn't matter.
I mean, at these type of games, it doesn't really matter. Like Streets of Rage never had a big story or anything like that, but it's so much fun. It looks so good, and the graphics, like the way they've done the graphics, like kind of updated but kind of retro still. Really spot on. Soundtrack is fucking great as well, and like, you just feel like the Turtles. It's awesome. Just so much fun. Like, I know you played this game as well, so I don't know if it's on your list or not, but right good game. This was on Game Pass. I'm not sure if it still is, but if it still is on Game Pass, 100% check this out. And it's not too long either. Maybe like I think we completed it over like 2 nights playing, like 2-3 hours each night. So like maybe 4 to 6 hours sort of gameplay length for completing through it one time anyway. And that's with dying a couple of times.
Good game. I finished it in one sitting.
Yeah. Did you play it more after that?
Nah, because I knew I was going to end up reviewing the collection, which was a few months later, and I didn't want it soft. There was. I prefer this one to the collection, even though the collection's got all the classics. It's the side quests and stuff. This is a game I'll go back to. This is a game that I'll down the line. I'll be like, I'm in the mood to play Turtles. I'll fire this up a bit like Streets of Rage 4. I'll fire up most of the time over Streets of Rage 2. You know, it's one of those. It's a good update, and it's like, okay, fine, we're back to where we were at, where we left it in the 90s. Let's carry on from here because you've done a good job. You know, you've jumped the 3D generation. You've escaped trying to get yourself into 3D. You've now landed to exactly where we were. People are accepting this now. You can do cool tricks to make it still feel 16-bit, but not. Let's carry on, guys. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, I hope they do more of these. And
the rendition of the soundtrack that isn't the original is horrible.
Yeah, it's not quite. It just feels a little bit off.
It's 100% off. It's a new singer.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Yeah, but like they did something weird with the timing in one of the parts, and I was like, it just totally took me out of it. And when you mentioned the side quests, I forgot about those. Like, I liked those as well. How you had like an optional objective that you could complete within each level as well, which was always
like a Super Mario 3 style map.
Yeah. But yeah, I love that game, man. It was fucking great. Absolutely brilliant game.
I like how my chair's invisible and it looks like I'm just elbowing Tails in the face all the time.
What did you put for number 4?
Fuck you, Tails. I think it's funny, like, obviously we don't make money from YouTube, we do it for fun, but like the people that say, I can't swear at YouTube, and they make a whole video about it, YouTube stopped my monetization. We are technically still monetized, but we get taken off us during the bullshit 4,000 viewers or whatever. What number am I? Number 4?
Number 4, yeah.
So number 4 is Splatoon 3. Absolutely gorgeous game. If anything, Splatoon 2 is going to be my favorite game for the first half of the Switch. Splatoon 3 is now blown out of the water. Multiplayer that is, because I haven't played much Mario Kart, but although I did a Mario Kart guide tonight. So the Splatoon 3's story mode is absolutely superb.
Nice.
Previously, it just felt like an overinflated, tutorial style thing. And while it is still that, I was genuinely interested every minute I played of it. Everything that was wrong with Splatoon 2, wait times, parties, not being able to play with friends, they fixed every bit of it. Everything that was in my wish list that I wish Splatoon 2 did better, they've done it now, because what Splatoon 2 was a remake basically of the Wii U game, because it came out like a year later, 2 years later, maybe.
Pretty much, yeah, it was quite close after, yeah.
So it was a revamped version. It wasn't much different from Splatoon 1, because I didn't have a Wii U at the time when Splatoon came out, but you did, and I remember you going on about it. You really liked it, and you were like, I play as a roller, and I was always like, rollers are bullshit, man.
So good, man.
Rollers are the best. Andy's never been correct since I've met him, apart from that one fat boy. Rollers are absolutely superb, and the good thing about it is, this was the first game that my daughter and me wanted. We both wanted at the same time, like, because we've been playing Splatoon 2 all the way up to this, and I showed her Splatoon 3 trailers, and Lexi started getting excited. Just yesterday, she asked, "Can I go upstairs and play Splatoon, Daddy?"
Nice.
She's played more of Splatoon 3 than me. She's not better than me, but she's played more.
Yeah.
So she's like, see, just me buying it for her and me having it at the same time, and me sitting in her room and inviting her to my party and sitting and actually playing a game with her, because like my daughter just turned 5 yesterday, but like that was an amazing moment for me. That was like, that's, people say you remember certain parts of that, but see, for gamers, like, see, for me, that's a moment I'll never forget, ever. And I don't even know if Leo will be able to replicate that, if he likes games. Like Lexi likes games, but Leo might not, but I don't even know if Leo will be able to replicate that, because that was my first child sitting down. And she's like, Daddy, she woke up the next morning, Andy, like it was Christmas, going, did it come? And I went, not yet, buddy. Amazon doesn't deliver to 12. And do you know what she did to me? You can't play it till mine comes because I bought it digitally. I'm like, okay,
Fair.
buddy, that's fair, but
Fair.
Daddy's got some stuff to write about it. So I waited to a point, and then she wanted to go upstairs, and I had to, because I had to get,
You sneaked it.
I played some games.
Yeah.
So it was just that bonding moment for me and Lexi. Like, she loves Goat Simulator just now. That's her one that she's playing. She plays a bit of Roblox and Goat Simulator.
Goat Simulator's fun.
But I got her into Fall Guys today, Andy.
Nice.
She liked that. Because it's Roblox, I'm kind of limiting because they've made a shitty new policy where they don't screen every game that's developed anymore. What they do is they wait for people to report it. So that means that bullshit games can be sent to the kids area, and until someone reports it, no one's going to check it. So I'm like, Lexi, I'm sorry, this has to come off your tablet. You can play it in the Xbox when I'm in the room, but see, until they fix that or change it, or Lexi gets older, I can't allow her just, here's your tablet, go and play it. Because I don't know what she's going to be playing or listening to, because there was one that was playing that had porno music in it, one that was like stabbing Peppa Pig in the face, one where it was like they were doing weird sexual things to other, what you assume is children, but it's not always children playing Roblox, so I had to limit our time. But anyway, let's get back to Splatoon 3. Splatoon 3, this is where I applaud Nintendo, even though I hate them for it as an adult. This is a perfect console for a kid, for you to leave the room and go just play it. Because unless you've set them up with a mobile phone, signed them in and added friends yourself, they're not speaking to weirdos. They can't. And Nintendo's a kid console, and you forget that. It's still one of the toy systems. And yes, there's games on it for adults, and there's adults out there going, blasphemy, but it's true. My mum still sees video game systems as a toy. Like, she still doesn't understand what I do, what I'm interested in. She's like, why still play with toys? They're not anymore. They've evolved with people like us that grew up with consoles. Microcomputer generation, say what you like, but console generation, the early 90s, that's where we really kicked it off. Sega Master System. All the... So my mom doesn't understand that about games. Like, but it's a different generation now. It really is. And
it totally is.
When Nintendo have done things like this, and for me and you to sit and go, why the fuck can't I just invite Andy? Why I can't? It's because you wouldn't want your kid speaking to anyone. That's why Nintendo have done it. And it's like looking at my daughter and worrying about her on Roblox. Like, I'm less worried about Lexi at school than I am with her online.
Yeah. Oh, 100%, mate. There's much worse shit online than there is at school.
Yeah.
100%.
And luckily, I'm savvy enough to catch things and I read these things, because Tasha would have just went, there you go, just play. It's just a game. Like, she's that minded. And like so many people, it was my job for a while to help these people at my work. And I never looked into it too much. I just helped them. And I now realize why they were so thankful for me helping them. Because see, if you didn't know what we knew, you'd be screwed. You'd be like, oh yeah, there you go, Kenny, have Grand Theft Auto. Like, he's 5, I love him. Thanks, Granny. Like, wee Kenny's about to go and play a scene where you waterboard someone. But like, you don't understand that till you have kids. But see, now that I do, thank you, Nintendo, for locking down the Nintendo Switch and annoying adults. Because fuck us. We've had our childhoods.
Yeah, fair enough.
We did, right? And do you know what?
We didn't have any of that back then.
No, we didn't have it. But Nintendo realized that. And they'd realized the dangers of online. And that's why they've locked this fucking stuff down. It's not because they can't. It's because they're for kids. And I don't mean that in a negative way. If anything, I'm giving them praise for stuff that I've criticised them since 2017 when the Nintendo Switch first came out. I hate their online. For me,
you see,
now that I've seen it through my I've seen it through my kids' eyes.
Yeah.
I'm like, Nintendo are protecting kids more than fucking any system out there.
Well, I mean, you see it more through your eyes as a parent rather than the kids' eyes, because the kid's not going to care. They'll be like,
I see what she sees. No, but do you know what I mean? I'm visualizing what she could see is my meaning for that metaphor.
You don't want her to see that stuff.
I don't want her to see. And Nintendo have solved my problem.
Yep.
So fuck it. This is a Nintendo household now. I'm sorry, Sega Ali from the 90s, but they've done it right. They've done it right. They've done us right by the kids. Is what I mean to say.
Do you know what is the cool thing about that as well? That story you told with her, like playing the game with her, and like you'll always kind of remember that. As the thing is, she is always going to remember that as well. guarantee you, like years down the line, she'll remember that, because like I remember like my first time like playing games with my mum and dad, and it was playing Sonic 1 on the Master System, and like my mum like using the controller like this to make him jump.
Tasha does that.
Like,
Tasha plays and does this. Lexi was playing Fall Guys the other day. Well, today actually.
yeah.
She went left and she went right and she jumped a few times. And she went, oh, I better give the controller to mummy if I'm doing that, because she caught herself doing this. And she was laughing because she knows that's how Tasha does it. Tasha went, you two shut up.
but like I've always remembered that for like what 30 plus years. So like she's gonna remember that, and like I had it with Bethany as well. Like ours was Smash Bros on the Wii U, like playing that together.
Yeah.
Like I always remember that because it was just so much fun playing it. Like she was terrible at it, like I was terrible at it as well, to be fair. But it was great fun, like being able to play a game together when she was a kid and get that kind of enjoyment where I was having fun and she was having fun with it as well. And Nintendo's perfect for that. Like there's a game for everybody on that console, for every kid.
The last year, mate, I've been one a bit, like I said, Switch Online since it came out. It's stupid. It's not stupid. It's designed for the base audience. That's what it's designed for.
I think their audience is evolved quite a bit, and like
I'm not denying it, but Nintendo don't give a fuck about the evolution.
Yeah, they don't know. They're like kids play this. Okay.
How old are you? 50? I'm glad you like Mario at 50, but do you think that's made for you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you think that's fucking made for you?
Fuck off and play Warzone, you prick.
Like, beat it. Yeah, no, but that's the honest truth. Yeah. And that's my stance with Nintendo now. Just it was a wonderful experience, and she will, because we're sitting there, and I remember it actively changing the way I played, because at first I just started playing Splatoon, and then I seen her wee face getting devastated, and she'd played it up to that point, but she was getting owned. So I was like, fuck it. And I stood next to her and I started killing folk to let her. I was taking deaths so that she could clear the path. And I'm like, Daddy, I'm doing it. I'm like, yeah, pal. And I'm like, my kill death ratio is fucking screwed. Thank God this isn't ranked, but it's not for me.
No, it's not.
So, yeah.
Nice.
That story made that sound like that game should have been my number one, but
no, I can understand. Like, I can probably guess what your higher up games are, and I understand why they are that as well. But no, it's cool. It's that high on the list. Number 3 for me is Gotham Knights. So, like, I mean, you already mentioned this game.
That's my first surprise in your list.
Like, I had so much fucking fun with this game. Like you obviously said earlier, like we played through it together, basically the entire game in co-op, and like it was so much fun. Like, because it plays exactly like Arkham, but instead of playing as Batman, I was Batgirl, and like Batgirl was cool. Like, I liked the way they characterized in this game, and it was fucking fun to play. And like, I totally agree with you. I think if I had played this in single player, I think it would have been probably below God of War or Horizon, like around about 7-ish. But adding the co-op into it made the game so much more fucking fun, because we had a great time like playing through it together. I think it adds a massive amount to the game just being able to play it in co-op. And the thing is, it makes perfect sense for this fucking story as well, because you're playing as a team, and now you can play it. You can play it as 4 players now, so you could have all 4 of them playing together. But like, we obviously played it just me and you, so it was like every night we're just going out and doing missions as Batgirl and Red Hood and solving the crimes. And like, yes, a lot of the crimes are like your generic beat up the bad guy type crimes, but that's what Batman fucking deals with half the time. That's what is in Gotham half the time. Stupid low level criminals doing stupid low level shit. And Batman Arkham City, Arkham Knight, maybe not so much Asylum. No, Asylum had it as well. It was the majority of the fights were that, and then you had some cool boss fights, and this game had cool boss fights as well. So
I would argue now that you've said about Arkham Asylum, even though I love Arkham Asylum the best out of them, probably Gotham Knights is more variation in enemies than Arkham Asylum, because in Arkham Asylum, apart from the bosses, it's all just prisoners, like really, just affiliations to new gangs. But I also wanted to mention as well, it captured the feeling of being a nightly superhero going on patrol.
Yes.
Like, which no other Batman game's done this far. And it really did that well.
Yeah, because you've just always been Batman. There's never been them moments where you've gone back and really been Bruce. But this one, you're like, after your patrol's done for the night, you'll go back home to the Belfry, check in with Alfred, see what's going on there, and you're dressed as like your regular sort of person then. And then once it gets to be like nighttime again, which is essentially like, okay, I'm done with doing my upgrades or like whatever I'm doing here, I'll go back out and patrol again. And obviously it doesn't show you it, but there's a sleeping in there somewhere. So at some point they'll have gone to sleep. I would imagine, because they never seem to sleep in the game at all. And it's like when you get up to like night 42 and you're like, right, hold on a minute. There's no way they've not slept this entire time. But like I really liked the game. Like the story was decent enough, like better than some of the other games where they were just kind of paint by numbers. Yeah, liked it. And like different, like the beauty of this game for me, like compared to the other games, like the Arkham games, which like I would argue that if you played it in single player, definitely not as good, right? Not as good as the other ones, because the other games are probably slightly better. But this game innovates quite a lot on its predecessors because it adds these co-op mechanics and like team up mechanics, and like you can do combos and stuff together and stuff like that. Awesome, really fun. Might have even been higher if the save mechanics had not had those issues, because we had quite a few issues with save mechanics and stuff like that. But why this game really gets to number 3 for me and not just a wee bit lower is because after we finished playing it in co-op and you were kind of done with the game and moved on, I still went back and kept playing it. And like I went through and did all the stuff and went and got the platinum trophy for it. And like I didn't get that in any other game this year. So like that kind of speaks to testament to me how much I enjoyed the game.
To preface that, I do plan on playing through this again down the line, like I've done with every Arkham game. Like I've played through, I think, except Arkham Origins, because it's kind of more or less stuck on PS3, 360. Well, you can play the disc, but I don't buy discs, as you know. So unless I buy the disc, I can't play Arkham Origins on console. I've played through all the other ones multiple times, including the Blackgate one on the PS Vita.
Yeah.
So I do plan down the line, and the good thing about this one is New Game Plus is fine in Batman and stuff, because like sometimes you can carry over your upgrades, but I can play as a whole new character for the entire game the next time I play this. So that's going to freshen it up for me. Plus, playing it through solo the next time will be a different experience.
Yep.
So I'm glad I bought this in digital, because this is one of those, like I've said to you before, that I would have traded by now, and then a year down the line, I'm like, I want that, and I'd end up buying it.
You'd have to buy it again, yeah. But yeah, really, really good game overall. Like if you play in co-op, as I say, I think if you play in single player, it definitely loses some points. But it's clearly been designed to be played in fucking co-op. So grab a mate, play through it in co-op, you'll have a great time. Or grab fucking 3 mates and like play through 4-player. Like I'd imagine that'd be great fun as well.
I don't know if it's the whole game. I think it's just set missions. I think it's the DLC.
Well, sure, like whatever. But you can play through the whole entire game in 2.
Play with 2 people. Who the fuck wants to talk to 3 people at the same time?
Very fair, yeah. But yeah, that was my number 3. So what was your number 3?
My number 3 this year was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't review this game. I could have reviewed it, and I said I have no interest in it. That night, I sold myself in the game somehow. I tend to do this. And I learned last year, don't write off games, and I tried not to this year. And you'll be like, I'm not sure. You'll agree that this year I've been very good, or 2022, so I was very good of, I'm not sure just now, but Call of Duty, I was a write-off. I was like, I ain't buying that. There's a lot of games that was. So this year, I'm just absolutely saying nothing. I'll be like, we'll see. I might get it. Even if it's awful, even if it's like FIFA, I might get it.
Ali buys every single game that comes out in 2023 now.
I don't buy every game anymore. I can't afford it. But, I do review a lot of games. That's how I get a lot of them. But like Modern Warfare 2, I always say I'm not a big Call of Duty fan, but I've played every single one of them. So I am, in a way. I'm not addicted to multiplayer though, like some people. I like a good story. And I like I'm still in the old style of mindset of the multiplayer is an accessory to my campaign.
Yeah.
And if it feels like that, then it's a good game. And that's what happened here. Like Call of Duty multiplayer is solid. Some people buy the game and never play the campaign. They just dive into Warzone, dive into Team Deathmatch. I've barely touched. I don't think I've played Warzone. But I played Warzone 2 once, maybe. I've played the online once. The story is fucking phenomenal. Like, I loved Modern Warfare 1, 2. I never finished the third one back in the day, but Modern Warfare 1 and 2, absolutely brilliant games. I've got the remastered ones. I wouldn't be surprised. This is a prediction of this year. Call of Duty 3 remastered.
You think so?
Modern Warfare, because they've
I think-
remastered the first two.
I think it gets a bit confusing because with the way they've
They've
done
done
the
it
game
last
too.
year, Andy. They've just
No.
done it.
Not 2. They didn't Modern Warfare 2 remaster last year, did they? Did they?
Well, 2 years ago, sorry.
Yeah.
But they did. They'll do it again. They will. They'll do Modern Warfare 3 remastered. Honestly, it's not confusing. People that play COD know what it is. But anyway, this story was absolutely bloody brilliant. See the actors. See if they're making the Call of Duty movie and it's got The Rock and it doesn't have these guys. Is it Barry Sloan, the guy's name that plays Price? Get him and his moustache on the screen. He is absolutely brilliant as Price. Where's my team? The 141. Like
It'll be
absolutely
Jason
amazing.
Statham. They'll get to play that guy, mate.
No, but they shouldn't. They
They
should get
shouldn't.
this.
I agree.
All the guys in the game look like that, the voice actors, and I think games are amazing when they do this. Like when they use like the likeness of the voice actor as the in-game character. And the story was brilliant. There's a moment in the game, I don't want to spoil it because I know some people might have just got it for Christmas and whatnot, but there's a moment in the story where you go to Amsterdam and it felt like a Mission Impossible movie at one point because you're on the comms, you're kind of doing cover, you're watching two guys in a restaurant, and just I was looking at the water and it nearly got that would have been a choice close to Gran Turismo. The water in this game is absolutely phenomenal, man. Like I remember stepping in a puddle and looking at it going, if Andy was here, he would never finish this level. Like, that's my water gauge. Like, would Andy finish the level or would he still be here? So, don't get me wrong, Call of Duty campaigns are never difficult, really, but this one had not as much variety as probably Infinite Warfare. Was it the one where it had side quests and space and stuff that we really liked, that no one else liked? Where Conor McGregor was the bad guy. I think it was Infinite Warfare. This doesn't have as much. I think this doesn't have as much variety, but it's a solid, like, this is a beer and chips movie. This is like a honest to God action movie. Sit down, have a beer. If you like army style movies, if you've watched any of those, like Extraction with Thor on Netflix, whatever his name is, Chris Hemsworth, or you've watched any of these, Jack Ryan, you'll love the story for it, man. Even if you're like, I hate Call of Duty, I hate the multiplayer, I hate Warzone's for young teenagers, and I'm never going to play that. I like good, sophisticated games. Fucking play the story of this, man. Honestly, you can't say you didn't watch Die Hard in the 90s and enjoyed it. Everybody fucking watched Die Hard and enjoyed it. So put this on, sit back and enjoy it. But obviously, this is a sequel to the 2019, I believe, Modern Warfare 1. So I can't wait for the third one, man. Like they've changed course. Remember when I told you that it kind of felt like a prequel, like Modern Warfare 2019 felt like a prequel to the original trilogy?
Yeah.
They've went completely off course and they've done their own story now at this point. So it's like, just play this one. Don't bother with the original trilogy. Once Activision do the deal. So like 2019 was a great story. This one continues it on. And I didn't expect to be putting Call of Duty on my list this year. And it's not for the multiplayer. It's for that campaign. I'm happily going to play through that campaign all over again. That's like comfort food, man. Like really good, really great. And the graphics, the graphics are okay in multiplayer, but seeing the campaign mode, absolutely stunning. But they don't have to render in other player models like online player models. Absolutely phenomenal. Like stunning game, man. And I talked myself out of it. Honestly, since I've finished the campaign, I've maybe played it for the next week and then I haven't played it again. The story alone is great. And that's somebody, this is somebody, you don't like Call of Duty's multiplayer. I do like Call of Duty's multiplayer, but I like specific Call of Duty multiplayer. I like Black Ops 4.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
That was the best Battle Royale map I have ever landed on in my life.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to get better than that. Perfect map. Perfect locations, variety. Like I've learned other maps. I've learned Fortnite maps, and I know they change all the time. I've learned what's that other one called? Apex maps. When I played Apex when it first came out, nothing beats Call of Duty Black Ops 4. What was it called? Blackout mode.
Blackout mode. Yeah.
Perfect.
Totally agree.
It can't be beaten. And I'll say this again before anyone says anything else. The two kings of shooting games, FPS shooting games, are the guys that make Destiny, Bungie,
Yeah.
And Infinity Ward, who make Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Honestly, the best shooting in the business. Call of Duty shooting, that's hard to argue. When it comes to the World War II shooting, it can get in the bin. But see the modern style shooting, perfect.
Yeah.
That and Destiny 2 are the peak. The peak. But yes, sorry, Modern Warfare 2 gets my number.
Nice. So my number 2 game is a Plague Tale Requiem. So this game was always going to be up kind of on this list for me. I didn't think it would go quite as high, but I think
No one did.
I think a lot of that comes from the way the story kind of plays out in this game, and like I'm always story before anything else in games, and like the last 2 games that on my list
story
there,
before game sometimes.
yeah, 100%. Like the last 2 games on my list were both multiplayer games, and like this one though, the story 100% carries it for me. Like, it just the way that they continue on the story from the first game is really well done. Because I wasn't sure what they would do with it, because the way the first game kind of ends, it's like the kid gets like superpowers and stuff, and it's like, all right, that's a bit weird. Like, because it didn't seem like it was going that way at all, and then it just kind of happens in the last chapter where it's like, oh, now the kid has like a magical superpower of being able to throw big pillars of rats at people. You're like, what the fuck happened here? That was a bit strange, but all right, cool. Guess we're on with it. And then the way they kind of play with that in this game, where they start off where it's like they try and keep that on the down low completely, and then it goes to shit, and it like becomes a massive problem, like a sort of almost like a, what would you say, like a pandemic almost, like
a rat out of hell.
Like a rat out of hell, yeah, absolutely. And like what the way they kind of play with that, and they make big scale shit happen with like millions and millions of rats, like as the game goes on, like it's fucking cool as hell. And the way they do the story and the dynamic between these 2 characters, and how they develop the world, where you see kind of past flashes of like shit like this happening before in the past, where like something like this happened before, and like here's kind of what happened, and like you go down this whole big well and explore this deep shit, and it's like, how did they solve this problem? Oh, that's fucking dark. How they solved this problem? Like, this is not good. And then the way this game kind of ends up wrapping up, oh my god, like it's brutal. Like, not hard, like, but like it's brutal in the kind of emotional sense, like what they do. And yeah, I fucking love this game. Story just absolutely great. They do some cool things with the sort of mechanics and that, and they expand a little bit on it. I think that they need to go further with that when they do the new game, because it is like a what, I can't remember what century it is, but like an olden world like game set in France. So like you don't have like guns particularly, anything like that. You've got a crossbow, but it's painfully fucking slow to reload it, and you've got like the sling, which does no damage to like any enemy with any armor. And your character that you play as is made of paper, so because she's like a wee teenage lassie. So if you like end up coming across like a bad guy, like if he catches you in one of the kind of stealth sections, then you're fucked basically. Like you can kind of like, you've got one chance to sort of push him off and like get away, but then if they catch you again after that, then it's like, nah, you're dead, mate. Which is realistic, right? Because if this happened in real life, you're like a kind of small, demure girl fighting against like a fully grown soldier with a big fucking suit of knight armor. Like he's gonna kill you like every time. So, but I liked the way that I was able to get through the game, because, as you know, I'm bad at stealth, really bad at stealth. So my method of getting through it was a lot of trial and error, and like trying to do stealth and then fucking it up and then running to the exit, and like, and being in those really kind of intense moments where I wasn't sure if I was going to make it to the exit. And like sometimes I would make it and be like, oh, thank fuck. And you would get every time. I loved it every time this happened. So like every time you get through a door, she'll like open the door, go through the door, close the door, and then bolt the door. And I'm like, yes. Every time I bolted the door, I got a feeling like I beat a boss in fucking Dark Souls of some of these, because I was so satisfied at how I'd gotten through that. Because I'm so like I say, I'm not good at these style things, and she is made of paper. So the fact that I'd managed to get past like 3 or 4 enemies or however many it is. I was very satisfied getting through every encounter with this. And when you can actually get to kill these guys, it's brilliant. So there's points where you can like sick rats on them or like get them to like go on fire, like chuck like firebomb type things at them. And just watching these guards die, brilliant, because they've been your nemesis for the whole game. And once you've got something that you can combat them with, you're like, yes, here we go, and take them down. Brilliant fun. I want in the next game, I want them to like, because they will make another game for this, I'm sure. I think they said that they're going to wait a little bit and maybe do something else first before they do something else with Plague Tale, but they do have ideas in the pipeline, so see. But I think that when they do the next game, they need to go a little bit further with it and just age her up a little bit so that she can, because she's a good fighter, she's just not strong enough. So like if they can give her like a suit of armor, because they kind of tease it in this at one point where they're like, oh, this is like the Protector's armor from like the past. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna get some armor. Yes, here we go. We can actually like fight against some of these guys. But nah, you don't get it. So maybe in the next game, you'll be able to get like some armor and like be able to compete. Because I would like to have the option to be able to like just last a wee bit longer fighting these guys. Because she's like I say, this girl is a good fighter and she's tenacious. So if she was just a little bit tougher, then she would be able to fight against some of the guys. Not all of them, but some of them. But yeah, great game. Love the story. Love the graphics. Game Pass as well. Like this was the killer app for Game Pass for me for this year. Like I say, paid my whole Game Pass for the year. Made the whole thing worth it. Everything else was just a bonus. And what I'll say about this game and why this game features much higher than God of War or Horizon is because this game came out basically the same time as God of War. So like I'd kind of started this a little bit. Then God of War came out and I'm like, oh, I need to jump on God of War. Played God of War for maybe like 3 hours. And I'm like, do you know what? Like, I want to play Plague Tale more than I want to play more of that. Because I was having much more fun in Plague Tale than I did in God of War. And like, I didn't touch God of War again until I'd finished Plague Tale. So I think that speaks testament to like how good that game is for me at that point in time anyway.
But your scale is absolutely rotten for these kind of things because going back to 2017 again, like when we had Mass Effect Andromeda, God of War, and Zelda.
Horizon and Zelda, yeah.
Horizon and Zelda. You played Zelda last out of all them.
Yep.
And stood by your decision at the time. And I'm like, you're an absolute maniac. So anybody listening, don't judge your scale on Andy's comparisons there of what he played over other games because, like I said, Breath of the Wild was his like third choice that year. So,
but I mean, I think I still put Breath of the Wild as my game of the year, even though I didn't play as much as I played.
You did,
Horizon.
But you were lying because you took 5 years to finish it.
I did take 5 years to finish it, but like it was a big game and I had a lot of fun with it that year.
I'd finished. It came out in the March, and I went on holiday in what, June? Sure. No, April. It was well before then. Honestly, wasn't that big a game. You just prioritized other things that you, at the time, falsely claimed were far superior to Breath of the Wild. And I'm like, this man's an absolute maniac.
In this situation, I have completed God of War and I have completed Plague Tale, and Plague Tale is a better game.
I could say it's not, but I don't want to play God of War because it's too much like the original.
Exactly. Plague Tale is quite a lot different from the original, so I think
that's a plus more. Point. I won't play that game, but
no. I mean, it's definitely not for everybody. But like, if you like kind of story-based, like stealth-focused games that are with rats that are set in whatever year it is in
Poverty
France. Poverty times, Plague times in France, whatever that
which is 2023.
I think it's like 12 or 16 something. Like if I had to guess, but like it's not obviously like completely a realistic world because you've got like mad rat shit going on, like big pillars of rats and stuff going up. That never happened in real life, but it's a kind of
it did. We called them politicians.
What fair? Yes, fair. But it's based in kind of real world, but just like they display the plague with like massive amounts of rats, essentially. Which is a cool kind of concept, and it's different from like other types of games that you play. So I fucking loved it. I thought it was an amazing game. Can't wait for whatever they do next. So that was my number 2. So, what's your number 2?
Plague Tale Innocence. Because
That is the first game. Well done. You got the title right.
is that the first one?
That's the name of the first game. Yeah.
I've been rumbled.
Plague Tale Requiem's the sequel, the one that I played, but you wouldn't have picked that
That's
anyway.
the one that I was meaning. The rats and that. Loved it. I like the way that it showed a plague with rats.
Yeah. But that's
Just
not your
thought-
number 2.
Much better than God of War. No, it wasn't my number 2. Of course it wasn't. I'm saying number 2 for me was this gentleman here, Sonic Frontiers.
The big man.
I agree with some of Andy's points. The rest of it is the ramblings of a madman, as always. The good foundations. See, my biggest worry is it's Sega. I don't know, it's stupid because I love Sega, but Sega had the blueprint in Sonic Adventure of how to be perfect in 3D. That was a good foundation. Do that again, and then they went, it's Hub World and Chow Garden people. Let's get fucking rid of that. Just make it level.
And just on
what would
rails. Like
Let's put it all on rails. I know. See, all these people that say they love Sonic Adventure 2 are absolutely out of their mind. There's no exploration. There's no anything. There's no happy music, and it's like, oh, but Shadow is a shit character. I accept him, but he's a shit Sonic character. Sorry to all Andrew Davis generation who grew up on him and became emos because of him. But Shadow is not a good reason to play the game because he doesn't play well, he doesn't handle well, he ruined his own game. The Sega don't know how to tell a good story with him, so get rid of Shadow. There's no point in him. No one needed him. They didn't have a good backstory for him. I am the ultimate life form. No, you fucking don't. You're a hedgehog. If you were the ultimate life form, no one would have made you. Anyway, back to Sonic Frontiers. It's the perfect base for Sonic's future.
Yeah.
Andy's right. And I was so glad. See, when I was playing it, I was like, Andy's going to like this game. And do you know why I knew it? Because since I've known you, which was probably before Sonic Generations came out.
Yeah, it was.
See if this one's on rails again. Oh, fucking shut up, Andy. I can't control my Sonic. I like to control my Sonic. And when I played this, and I'm like, Andy can control his Sonic. He's going to like it.
Yep.
Sonic, indeed, as Andy pointed out, handles the best 3D that he ever has. I do have gripes with this game. I think the open world's boring. I think it's good, but I think it's boring. I don't like the cyberspace levels that everyone praises. I think they're shit. I think they're some of the worst 2D Sonic stages I've ever played in my life. Don't think there's any soul to them. And just because they're 2D doesn't make it good. They're shit. They're not good Sonic stages. He feels too heavy. He doesn't feel fast enough. And they've done that since Sonic Generations. It's bullshit.
Do you not think, right, the enemies are too big as well? Like,
no.
Physically too big? No, you don't. No, I thought that, like, because
he's fought a Death Egg robot in Sonic 2, Andy. Move on.
No, I don't mean those. I mean, see the normal enemies, like see the crab guys and shit when you're in the actual cyber levels.
Do you know why I accepted them? Because they're not Robotnik's badniks.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, they're maybe digital-ish versions of them, yeah.
They're not. They're nothing to... He didn't make them.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know you've not finished it. Sorry, but slight spoilers.
It's pretty obvious.
Robotnik fucked himself. He played himself. He played himself. And these aren't his enemies. He's trying to escape just as you are. So spoilers for the complex Sonic story. No, I don't. But it's a bit like Sonic Prime. I was like, awesome, fucking yes, Mobius, yes, Sonic characters as they should be. And it's like, we're going to do this thing with them where we put Sonic in the middle of Death Stranding. What do you mean you're... Sasha. Hold on. Move, please, pal. You're wrecking my bag. Come on. Sorry. The world doesn't suit Sonic, right? I understand it for the story. It's too depressing. And I'm fucking sick of Sonic being depressing. We've had depressed Sonic since generations. Like, oh, they drained the color, fill the color back in. But fuck off. Sonic is green, orange, palm trees, fucking crabs, like fish. Give me that fucking shit in a 3D game now. No, don't go back to this planet. Don't. Oh, Sonic was in his way home and he gets sucked back in. No, he didn't. Sonic made it fucking home, Sega, or whoever get that Sonic job over me because I wouldn't move to America. The lore master. See after this game. See if I find you, or whoever you are. He doesn't go back. Okay. Sonic.
Okay.
Stays on Mobius. Robotnik captures his friends.
Yep.
All you have to do is a J.J. Abrams, a safe reboot of Sonic 1. I have got an article that I'm going to post. Improvements a sequel could make, and I've just posted it in the general chat there. Right? Everyone that's watching this, read this, because I'm right. I'm always right. Sonic needed what this game missed. And I hate when they do this, and they've done this in Sonic games since fucking Nintendo get their dirty claws into Sonic after everything good I said about Nintendo. They took away the man's special stages, which takes away part of his heart and his soul. They just give you them as story progression. Oh, that boss there you go, there's an emerald. No, make me work for it. Make me work for it. The bosses are absolutely brilliant. I don't know what Andy's on about. He is the ramblings of a madman. These bosses were the best and made me feel the coolest I ever have since I first turned Super Sonic in Sonic 2. These are the coolest I've ever felt when I unlocked Doomsday Zone after completing Sonic 3 and Knuckles in cartridge form on the Mega Drive. Using the pint of milk mum trick to cool down my Mega Drive and a towel over it to disguise the red button over 3 days. Because I know it had a save file, but guess what? The save files back then were shit because it put you back to the very start of the first act on the stage. Yeah. These boss stages had the best music. That's what Andy was talking about earlier. Yes. The music kicks in and it makes you feel badass. This I'm starting to sound like my fellow Americans. So like this game almost got to number 1 for me, but it just couldn't. And the reason is because it's the game I'll talk about a number in a minute, but both these games are a good foundation, or they should have been. But like this game is a great foundation for Sonic next. And do you know what? I'm glad they're going to stick to it because Sonic's biggest problem, apart from Sega, is the fact that every new game has to have a new fucking gimmick.
Yeah, like, you're quite right. Yeah.
This time Sonic has a kite and he runs along with his kite, but you have to wiggle your controller as long as you, and it's like this time Sonic has a mobile phone. Like, just leave him the fuck alone. Like, the reason Mario's worked and can do crazy things now is because they left Mario alone for fucking years. They didn't change that man until the GameCube. And all they did was give him a fucking
a Super Soaker
pistol, and he gets slated for that. He gets slated for that at the time. People might claim, "Oh, I love that game." At the time, no one liked that game. No one did. Mario Sunshine was a forgotten gem. I think the game's okay, but I never had a GameCube. But that's the first time they changed them. And guess what happened in the next one? What happened, Andy? Tell them what happened. They went back, didn't they? They went back to how Mario should be, just a fucking standard plumber. Do you know what? He just does stuff. He's got his jumps. That's all he needs. Sonic doesn't need to be a knight. He doesn't need to be a fucking snowboarder. Just make him Sonic. They had it right in Sonic 1.
Doesn't need to be a werewolf. Like, none of this.
Bullshit. So, for the next game, I agree with Andy. The biggest change is if you're going to force 2D in my face when I've bought a 3D Sonic game, make it good 2D. 16-bit, please. Or 8-bit. I won't care. Just don't do it in your 3D fucking engine. Also, take him back to Mobius. Take him the fuck back to Mobius. Lost World almost got there with its 3D-ness and the colourfulness and how it should. Take this Sonic fucking 1. He deserves his break.
Yeah.
You killed him. You killed him off in Sonic Forces. Well, you didn't kill him, but you put him to jail. But still, he deserves a break. Send him home. And then have Robotnik go back to one of his oldest schemes ever. He steals Sonic's pals. We don't need any more complex stuff from Bowser. Hasn't done anything fucking crazy, and he's got a fucking castle. Like,
even if you just kidnap Amy, Like
Kidnap.
that's fine.
Exactly.
Kidnap
That's
Amy.
all you need. Send out Metal Sonic. Give me some Badniks. Give me some bosses. Let me play through Green Hill Zone, but make it as big as this.
Yeah.
This is the thing that one of my suggestions is instead of having 4 or 5 maps, make it one giant open world to make it truly feel like an open world.
Do you know what? Like, I don't mind the 4 or 5 maps, but like, I could just imagine them now. See how you're saying that?
I want to move from like Emerald Hill into Chemical Zone.
Exactly, yeah. Because if you had one big open world that is like Green Hill, one big open world that's like Chemical Zone, one big open world that's like what's the lava one called?
Hilltop.
Yeah, like Hilltop, and then one that's like Death Egg. Fucking great. That sounds amazing. Give me that.
Scrap Bane, Ice Cap, Carnival Zone, like everything.
And then chuck the special stages back in.
Yes.
Give us 2D levels like you go into the cyberspace, fine.
8-bit, 16-bit.
Make it 8-bit or 16-bit, fine. Or even do a combination of both. And you could put in a couple of the modern style, but just make it completely 2D.
Don't.
Just
this is where you go over the line, Andy, every time. No, they're not good. They've never been good.
I don't think they were. I don't think most of
Name
the
one
levels
that's memorable. Tell me the song and tell me what your favorite part of the level is.
I mean,
can't. See if I asked you what your favorite level in Sonic 1, 2, and 3 is, you could tell me.
Well, yeah, like I mean, Casino Night.
Exactly, and it's yes. Yeah. No, don't listen to Andy. This is why we need to work as a pair because I need to rein him in.
We will make your Sonic game. We'll tell you how to make it.
I don't want paid.
Oh no, paid. Like I want paid.
I'm not busy. Like, just have a crash for my son. He's a fucking little dick just now, but yeah, have a crash for him. I need to be back by 3 to get my daughter from school, but yeah. Because I've got to play LOL game with her tomorrow. I got her for a birthday LOL movie night and DC Supergirl, whatever the cartoon show is, where they're all high school. Yeah. That game gets 7 out of 10, man.
Like these ones, these guys.
She loves that. That's the show. Yeah. That's the exact game. Yeah. So this game, I looked it up because I don't want to. I know she's just a child. I'm not that guy. I want to make sure she's getting at least decent game. 7 out of 10 that game got.
Yeah,
and see, for a kid's game, that's good.
It's totally fine, yeah.
In fact, for an adult game, guess what? 7 out of 10 is okay.
7 out of 10.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll finish there because we spoke about Sonic Frontiers earlier, but I loved it. I liked everything Andy liked about it, and I liked a wee bit more because I loved the boss battles as well. I thought they were great. I just don't think Andy's getting the knack for them. I genuinely think that's the reason why.
You're probably right.
Yeah. Why can't I do this? Why is this not working? Why can't I do that? I'm like, why don't you fuck off? So, Sonic Frontiers 2 was my number. Sonic Frontiers 2? Not even out yet. I've just made it. Sonic Frontiers 1 was my number 2.
I mean, we just told Sega exactly what to do with it to make it the number 1. So, like,
I've got an article.
Yeah, just read Ali's article, do those things. You'll be sorted.
You should read it. It's quite a good read. But what I'll say before you do
I mean Sega. I'm talking about Sega.
Oh, yeah, Sega should read it as well.
Yeah.
What we'll do before we read out number ones is give any special mentions or games that you haven't played enough that could have made your list but didn't. I also want to say that I know we don't do this anymore. But we might start talking about it more in the future because I've been thinking about restructuring again and stuff like that. Not major restructure, but TV and movies. I've done my top TV and movies. If you want to jot down a few while I ramble on about my number 1, if you could do that.
Okay, I can do that. But I
should have told you before today, but I have. You know what I'm like? I wrote these lists and I haven't looked at them until earlier today. And I went, oh yeah, I should have told Andy that I did this again this year. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I haven't watched 10 movies this year that came out this year. I've only watched like 7, and I've got I think I've got 10 TV shows. So even if you get a top 5 at each while I talk, that would be good. But before I talk, we've got to go on to Andy's number 1. But before we go on to Andy's number 1, I'd like to thank you all for listening. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Give us a like and a follow if you want. If you don't, that's fine, man. Thanks just for watching us. I hope you've enjoyed or been entertained any slightly by us, because I'm not just saying this. I'm not here to get paid because I don't. So, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about games that could have ran. I've got 2 games that I know would have been in my top 10 if I'd played more. That's what I mean. I want special mentions. I want that sort of thing.
I mean, I've really only got probably 1 that I would say, which would be the Pedestrian, which came out
Fuck
on Game Pass right back in
I
January.
reviewed that. Remember
Yeah.
last year? There's a funny story with that. About exactly this time last year, I wrote a review for that as a sort of was it part of my interview or whatever it is?
I think it was like a to give you a current game that you'd reviewed.
Yeah, so I wrote an interview, but
yeah.
it never get published because somebody was
already
covering
reviewed
it.
Yeah.
So that was my only review last year. I done one review and one news piece on 42level1.com, and my review story was the Pedestrian, because I was like, I ain't wasting a review, so I stuck it up on our site, which is now with the new design. 42level1.com, the new design's there. It's quite nice now. I need to delete the YouTube page because it's still on the COVID schedule that we had when me and you were just like, let's do 5 days a week. Let's just do this. And it's like, yeah, now we're back to work. We don't have time for that. But like the website's up and running, 42level1.com, 42level1 the words and then .com. But like we don't review a lot there. But there's writing there from me and Andy.
Yeah.
Andy writes.
I used to write.
Andy can write really well sometimes, but he just doesn't anymore.
I don't have time to write anymore. But yeah, the Pedestrian, I liked that game, the way they kind of did it. And I think it was the twist towards the end of the game. I think it was really smart. And I like when games do things like that. They kind of break your expectations for what the game is. And I think this did it in a really kind of smart way. And I'd be interested to play another one. But
there's another game. There's another game that you should have there that you've not got around to because you're only on the second one.
Oh yeah, I mean Bayonetta 3. Yeah, like I liked Bayonetta 1 and 2. Really good games.
So it should get a shout out.
Sure, but like I haven't. I kind of focused this on just games that I actually played. So like Bayonetta 3.
No. Games you've played and ones that you should have played that you didn't or wanted to play.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of the ones that I wanted to play, I never got around to. Bayonetta 3 for sure, and the other one was what was it called? The Devil in Me, which was the other supermassive game that came out this year, which was part of the Dark Pictures. I wanted to play that, but I just never got time to play it. So I'll get to it next year or this year.
That's cool. Do you want me to do mine?
And then do your honorable mentions. Yeah.
So my honorable mentions. Some of these I haven't played at all. Like I've bought one of these day one, haven't even unwrapped it. It's a physical, so it's on Switch. So special mentions. Well, I'll start with Shredder's Revenge. Should have been on this list, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not on your list at all. Like that's mad.
Shredders itself, the snowboarding game I really liked that came to Game Pass.
That was good actually. Yeah.
Okay, God of War Ragnarok. It's not on my list, but I'm putting it down here because I'm sure it's going to be good for me once I'm in the mood to play it. But I've just finished the last chapter. Gran Turismo 7. It was doing so well until they patched it and made everything like you have to grind more. Why?
Do you know? I think that see when you were talking earlier, I kind of came to the realization of why they did that. I think because they weren't making enough money. Yeah. So they were like, "Oh, people aren't spending enough on the currency. Let's make the more difficult."
The single player campaign more difficult.
Dumb as fuck, man. Yeah, I don't like that.
So everyone went, "Fuck you."
Yep.
Get it away. Go away again for another 10 years.
I didn't hear a single person talking about that game after that happened.
That's why.
It went away.
Because I haven't played it since then. I was like, hold on. So that car I was just about to buy is now like 1 million in-game credit more. Fuck off. That just means replaying stages over and over. Gran Turismo the fun was moving through the stages, hearing the backstory about the car. Do you know what? It was almost as gentle as Path of Titans, this game for me. It was racing around the track, hearing a bit about the track, hearing a bit about the cars. And I'm not a big car guy, but I thought it was relaxing. Like, I'm the sort of guy like you that if a documentary's gripping enough, I'll sit and watch it, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it's about. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So, like, Path of Titans is kind of like that, a documentary in video game form, because you're basically a dinosaur. And this is like, you're basically racing cars, and it's like, and here's the Sunset Valley, and it reads you through all this stuff, and it's nice, and it's like, bong, all this classical music playing, and it shows you the car sliding in, and this car was actually fat, and it's all this really nice. And then they're like, I tune back in, and I'm playing back on, and I'm like, I was just about to buy that car. Why is it that price? That's why I stopped playing. I'm like, but I need to buy this because it's like, buy these 3 cars to move to your next level. And I'm like, I can't now without replaying fucking stages that I've already done again and again and again, or paying money. And I'm like, I spent 70 quid. This was a premium AAA game. See if this came out at £40 and they did this, it would be a different story. It'd be like, all right, is what it is. 70 quid. I paid day one for this. So anyway, I'm lucky I bought it physical, Gran Turismo, because it's getting punted next time I'm in town. So Gran Turismo, the sad thing is, the game's fucking beautiful. And it played really nice until they gated it. And this was with a patch. So they chose to do this after it wasn't even a patch of quality. It was a patch of, fuck you, this is going to cost more currency for you to buy this game. The only reason to do it, like Andy said, and I knew that anyway, it was like they want more money. They're not selling enough in-game currency.
Yep.
Understandable multiplayer if it helps you out. This isn't the single-player campaign. It's gated, Andy. Single-player campaign.
So dumb, man.
This could have been a potential number one for me, Andy, because you know I like my racing game.
Yeah.
This could have been number one. Evil West is here. I really do like that game, but I'm sorry, everything else in my top 10. This would probably be maybe 12 for me this year if I was the number.
Nice.
Evil West, such a good game, man. I think it's really overlooked. Mechanics are all great. I think it plays it feels like Gears Judgment. I don't know if it's from People Can Fly. Can you look that up? Is it from People Can Fly? I'm almost sure that Evil West is from People Can Fly. Because it really feels like Gears Judgment. It probably isn't. No, I'm saying that.
No, Flying Wild Hog it's made by.
There's flying in the title, so it must be I'm not joking. But like,
I mean, it could be some of the same people, to be fair. Like
it really feels like, you know how Gears of War Judgment feels like Gears of War, but it also feels like not Gears of War.
Yeah.
Like that. That's what Evil West feels like. So shout out to that game. So I've also got to shout out to The Last of Us remake, whatever it's called.
Last of Us
I would have included this, but I don't feel it's fair because this game didn't come out this year. The remake did.
Yeah.
And it's not a remake like Final Fantasy VII remake. It's not really a remake. It's a whole new game.
It's a new game, yeah.
This is a remake. It's the same story. So, and I've also got to add in here The Witcher 3. It would be my number one because it's the best game I've ever played at this moment in time. But I couldn't include it because it's been out. I've also got to. These are the last ones here. Bayonetta 3 didn't play enough.
Yeah,
probably would have been in my top 5.
Nice.
Xenoblade 3 is the one that's still in its shrink wrap.
Yeah.
I bought Xenoblade 1 in the summer, I think it was, wasn't it, Andy? I've put like maybe 20 hours in. These are all superb games. I love them. I think
but they're long. They're so long.
They're 60, 70 hour. They're old school JRPGs.
They
play modern enough, but they're long games. And like I get distracted a lot and I have to review stuff and write things now. So Monster Hunter Sunbreak. I haven't played it. And I loved Rise, and Rise is out like next week on Xbox. Go and play it if you haven't got it on Switch.
I will be.
Sunbreak the sequel. I pre-ordered it. I bought it. I bought the deluxe version. I haven't even started it, man. So shout out to that. So yeah, that was all my shout outs. So back to you, Andy, for your numero uno game of the year.
So my number one, to no one's surprise at all, considering how much I talked about it earlier in the year, was Elden Ring. Elden Ring. And I'm not talking about it too long because obviously I've spent hours and hours and hours talking about it on the podcast at various times over the past year. But this game, when it came out, we were expected to be a co-op game. So we wanted to jump into it together. Didn't happen. Instead, I played through it on my own entirely, and I had one of the best game experiences I've ever had playing through a game.
Was it your 6 hours in Margaret? You suck.
It didn't take me 6 hours to beat Market, because I like the way that I played the game. And everyone plays these games differently. And the beauty of Elden Ring is you can play this fucking any way you want. So you can pick whatever class you want.
I just chose to play it better than you.
Sure. You can just play whatever class you want. The the cool thing which I experienced with this game was when I was exploring
When
around, going
Ali told
fighting
you how to skip past a few levels by hitting a dragon that
in
was
a dragon. Yeah, I like that. And going around fighting some of the enemies, getting some of the smaller bosses and that done, and then eventually coming across like the first kind of big boss, which is Margit. And technically, it's an optional boss. You can skip it, but it's basically the first main boss that's pretty much mandatory. Like I say, you can get around it, but you you shouldn't really. It's really the first boss that you should fight. But when I got to that point, I hit like a real roadblock in terms of my ability and my sort of progression with the game as to being able to beat this boss. And I encountered several of these through my time with the game. But the cool thing with that is like I didn't have to beat my head against a brick wall with it and just fight this boss over and over and over again, which would have been annoying and frustrating because there's so many other fucking places you could go. Like I just fought Margit, tried it about 5, 6 times, couldn't do it. Like, okay, like I guess I'll go and do something else just now. And that's where the game fucking got me in that loop of fighting Margit 5, 6 times and then going, I can't quite do it yet. I'll go away, do something else, and come back to that. And I did that. You are right. I did that for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I did an amazing time doing it. Amazing time. And because I didn't, I think I got up to to beat Margit. It took me 120 attempts, right? But that was like fighting 5 times, going away, doing a bunch of other shit, and then coming back, and then fighting them again. And I never got frustrated once doing it at all, which is not something I can say about other Souls-like games, other Souls-born games. Sorry, in like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and whatnot. I always felt that you got to a point you were like, right, cool, I need to beat this boss to move on. So I'm either just going and grinding a grind spot till I can level up enough so that I can do enough damage or get fast enough to dodge out of the way, whatever. But with this one, I always felt like I was making progress with other shit and then coming back to try and get more progress with the main story by beating Margit. And like I did obviously eventually beat Margit and then move on and got through all the other bosses. And I definitely found Margit the hardest, and that's probably like my ability with the game. But eventually I managed to beat them and moved on. But like there's some amazing bosses in this game, like so much fun. And like I did go and I did beat Melania as well. And the cool thing with this game, I think, is that there's some you can set yourself limitations in the game if you want. So like there are summons in the game, like summon ashes that you can use, which you don't have to use. So if you chose not to use those, you would instantly make the game harder for yourself. I did choose to use them as, and you could kind of say it's like a crutch, but it's a gameplay mechanic. And I loved using these things. They were so fun and like it was cool having this like companion with me. Instead of having Ali, obviously I didn't have Ali with me, but I had I had Tish with me instead. I'm like, yes, this guy, he's my ally instead of Ali. Things like that. And you had the wolves at the beginning and you had jellyfish and things. And like anytime when I got a new summon, I'm like, oh cool, I want to use that and see what it does. And I think one of the ones I got was like one of the jars. It's just like little jars that rolled around and then I think they exploded. I'm like, oh, that was crap. I'm not use that again. But like I used a whole bunch of different ones like over the course of the game, and it was great fun just like experimenting with those and seeing like what ones you liked, and they experiment with the builds as well and like the different weapons. Like I played with like Wolverine claws. In fact, one Wolverine claw and a shield for so long in that game. It was ridiculous. But then after a while, like I was like, oh, like, let me try other things. So I tried like different weapons and all sorts, and like just had so much fun with this game. Like there were points when I was playing this game, like getting nearer to the end, where I was genuinely thinking that this game would topple Final Fantasy VII as my best game of all time. Like I had that much fun with it, like so good. It doesn't quite get there for me, and because of the story, because like for me, story kind of trumps all, and like Final Fantasy VII story is top notch. And I'm talking Final Fantasy VII original, not remake. The remake is still good, but Elden Ring's story is kind of like a bit wishy washy, and like there's a cool world there, but like the actual story that you play as like this character is not. It's not amazing. It's nothing like Final Fantasy VII level anyway. but you kind of make your own story in it, and like you're adventuring through as the Tarnished and whatnot, and like what you do is that's your story, the adventure that you have, and like I had an amazing time in this game. Like I was never bored for 1 second in this game, and I was never particularly frustrated, apart from my own ability of being shit. But like I never got like so annoyed with the game that I put it down. And like I'd played this game pretty much only this game for like 3 months, and it's been a long time since a game's been able to do that for me, if ever. This is the only game that I wanted to play, and I rinsed it for as much as I could get out of it. I didn't go through and like get platinums and stuff like that in it, because once I actually finished the game, I was like, cool, I need to go and move on to play other things because of our challenge for this year. Because I put 160 hours into Elden Ring before I finally finished it, and it was 100% worthwhile. Like putting that time in, like unbelievable game. Like probably like if I had to like just pick a ranking off the top of my head for all time games, like it would be like Final Fantasy VII, and then probably Elden Ring, and then Sonic 2. Like it's that fucking good. And if you've not played this game and you're not sure about it because it's like Souls game or whatever, don't worry about it. Just try it. The gameplay mechanics and that are in the game are amazing. You'll be able to find a playstyle that works for you. And I know like Ali didn't like it that much, but there is something in there for everybody. And like he did have some fun with it at times. But yeah, I've absolutely loved this game, and it's 100% the game of the year. Like I've seen some places give it game of the year, and other places give it to God of War and things, and like that's fair enough. But I think this game's leagues better than God of War. Like it's so much more fun. It does so many more different things, and just the freedom it gives you of that open world, like unbelievable. The horse as well. Jesus, the horse is great. See, for moving about the world fast, absolutely brilliant. And what I was the most concerned about with them going to like an open world. So like I've played Bloodborne, completed it, and I've played a bit of like Dark Souls and a bit of Demon Souls and things. But they've always had, especially in Bloodborne, they've always had this kind of looping mechanic where you'll be fighting through, you'll kill a boss, or you'll like get past a difficult enemy and things, and then you'll unlock a shortcut back down so that you can get back past that area a bit faster, or you can circumvent some like tough enemy. And they managed to do that in this open world game somehow. Like I couldn't believe it when they did it. As well as the scale, because like when you first like start playing the game, and it kind of gives you the map, and then you get a bit further into the game, and then the map zooms out a little bit, and you're like, oh, okay, this game's like a lot bigger than I thought it was, and it already started off being pretty big. And then as you go on and on and on and on, the map just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you're like, oh my god! And all the locations being like so memorable as well. Like, and even once you think you've found the whole map, then there's another map underground as well. Like, just a mind blowing game. Like, it looks really good as well, and just it's so fun to play. Absolutely fucking amazing game. One of the best ever.
Apologies.
That's me pretty much setting my piece on Elden Ring. So
cool. So my number one was not Elden Ring. It's not even on the list for reasons I explained. I did hear Andy mention Elden Ring and Final Fantasy VII in the same sentence, which is garbage. So my number one was a game that I didn't expect to be my number one, obviously, because I never know what it's going to be. Although this year I've got a pretty good idea. But then I don't. There's two contenders this year.
Yeah.
Do you know what the two are? What's my two contenders this year?
For this year, I mean, Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm. And
the other one, I mean, like, for me, it's Final Fantasy and Starfield. What would yours be? No, I'm not sure what your other one would be. I don't think Starfield.
Zelda?
Yeah, Zelda.
Yeah. It's not as good as Mass Effect 4 that no one talks about. But anyway. Now, so while I'm doing this, remember, get your TVs and movies sorted.
Yeah.
So, like I said, this game compares with Sonic Frontiers because it was a good platform. The sorry thing is there was two games released in the same year from this franchise, because my number one's Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Okay.
Arceus.
Yeah.
I had to seriously consider this because Sonic was good, right? And
Mm.
Sonic's my favorite thing. But you can see this has been here since like Sonic Mania almost. But Pokemon did something special with Legends, and there was no platinum, there was no trophies, there was no achievements, which I don't care about. And I 100%ed this game, Andy, as you know. They perfected Pokemon. That's what they done. Yeah, sure, you can refine the graphics, but they perfected it, Andy, because you could trade, but you didn't need to. You could get all the Pokemon in your game. And I was like, that's what I want to do. You could evolve all the Pokemon in your game. And I'm like, that's what I want to do. And it compared it to Monster Hunter. It's nothing like fucking Monster Hunter. It's just like you've improved Pokemon. You've evolved Pokemon and made it fucking good instead of gym leader, Mystic Road fucking badged. And that's Violet and Scarlet are the main ones this year. But they fall to the fucking floor. They're not even on my top 15, 20 this year. I just don't understand what they've done. I don't understand why Pokemon Team needed both these games out this. See, if this was me, this is what would happen, Andy. Legends would have got an extra 6 months polish, right?
Yeah.
And Scarlet and Violet would have been pushed to next year. You've just bought yourself a year of patching that game because someone at some point knew Violet and Scarlet were fucked. Someone knew. So you should have released Legends this year as this big game. 6 months extra polish. The game didn't need polish. I fucking love it. It's set in the past of like I have not finished a Pokemon game since Pokemon Yellow, which was 98, 9, 2000, round about then. 20 years ago. I've played them, never finished them. Or did I finish Let's Go? I don't even think I finished that. So this game is phenomenal because the way it lays out is you've got to go and catch Pokemon, but instead of like, oh, it's a Pokedex that speaks to you. You have to write it down. It's like you write in a journal. Like this is back in the olden days, samurai times, and it's really fun because the Pokeballs is like wooden and like steam comes out the top of them and stuff. And it's like I love everything they've done with this game. Like in this game, you can walk in the open world, see a Pokemon, throw a Pokeball, catch a Pokemon, fight a Pokemon. Like in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, they took away the sneak up and throw the Pokeball to catch them. Like you can see them in the open world, but every time you touch them, you just have to fight them with the Pokemon. You can't just try and catch them with Pokeballs. And I'm like, that's a backward step to me. I don't understand why they've done this. But Pokemon Legends Arceus, like the story, I know Andy wasn't as keen. It wasn't even on his list this year, but Andy did play this Pokemon game. And Andy's not one to play Pokemon games. And for me, I try every one. I have not liked them. I've just been like, this is the same that I've played since the Game Boy. And as you've seen before, even when I first started this show, I like games like I'm trying to think. Journey. I like games like what was also back then? Tokyo Jungle, stuff like that. That was roughly when I started the show. Different games that you wouldn't see. And no one would really talk about them. And Pokemon, like this one, even though it's a AAA title, feels like this sort of weird, it slipped through the back side passage or whatever. And it's just blown me away. Like Pokemon Legends Arceus is one of the best games in Switch. It's the best Pokemon game since Pokemon Yellow. Everything in it's phenomenal. They've got like practically all new Pokemon. If you're someone like me that's kind of played them but not really watched the anime, and like just this game it was brilliant, and I really want to see Pokemon Legends 2 next year, and I don't know if we're going to get it. Pokemon Legends looks better than Violet. It looks better than Scarlet. It plays better. Everything about it, mechanic wise, like I like everything. Like it was such a good game. Like I know I'm not really describing much. I'm doing a very good job as a reviewer, but I've finished a bottle of wine at this point, and I've had to listen to Andy talk about Elden Ring for as long as you guys. But Pokemon Legends is better than Elden Ring. Do you know why? Because it's fun. Because there's a story.
Elden Ring's so fun. There's not much story in it. I'll give you that.
There's no story.
There's hardly any story in Pokemon either.
There is. Because the secret is you're sucked in from the past, the future, and like they don't know that. It's all timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. But anyway, this game's brilliant. And it set a great blueprint. I was like, this is fucking brilliant. And I think this is what happened with Violet and Scarlet. They designed it as a traditional Pokemon game, like Sword and Shield was like every Pokemon game that comes out looks like a Nintendo game, Andy, correct? It looks like it's polished. And every single Pokemon game is barely iterated from the last. It's like buying a new iPhone. It's just like last year's with a few new things. Yeah? That's Pokemon. Right? This was the first time, besides Pokemon Snap and stuff, that they'd went, do you know what? Let's try something new. And I think it worked so well, they went, do you know what? Let's fucking force more of this into this and do as much as we can in a year. Crunch it to fuck. And it doesn't work. It's broken. Like, the game just looks horrible. It feels like you're playing an alpha or beta version, but it sold so much. And I just feel like it was an opportunity wasted. I would have cancelled mainline Pokemon and stuck with Legends, especially the fact that Ash is no longer in the TV show. Big up to Ash Ketchum. Or Ketchum, whatever his name is. But Pokemon Legends, I just thought it was a beautiful game. I loved every side quest. I loved every main quest. I loved catching every single Pokemon. I tried to do the thing where I had one of each Pokemon, but some of them were more rare, and to evolve them, it was tough enough. So I wish that game had DLC. I wish it had a sequel. I don't want to play any more of Violet than I've put maybe 8 hours into it. I don't want to play it. I've never 100%ed any Pokemon game. None of them. I finished Yellow. I traded for some of them, but see, back then, folk were like, oh, I'm not giving you this. It's like, it's not real, man. I'll give you it back. Like, but back then, I remember at secondary school, no one would trade. I had the link cables. There was some folk that would trade, but what they would do is they would trade like starter Pokemon, but then once they'd started playing, they're like, sorry, I've started playing. But they'd say on a certain day, I'll give you Bulbasaur, Squirtle. You know, you get all, because you can catch starter. But see, with this one, it was just something beautiful. Going on your own Pokemon adventure, catching all your own Pokemon, having like your own homestead sort of thing to kind of help out. I just loved every minute of it. And then, yeah, I don't know what they've done this year with Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. Maybe don't release 2 big Pokemon games in 1 year. That would help. But like I said, my solution to the problem would have been Pokemon Arceus coming out in October and Violet and Scarlet coming out next year. Like 100% should have happened that way, because it feels like a very rough version that we're playing. And I'm not one to like Pokemon, but this is a game I love. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I think it's one of the best games I've played ever. I honestly do. That's how far I'll go. It's nudge Pokemon Yellow out of my best games, like for our Vault 42, which we are going to open this year, and we'll talk more about later, because this is obviously our Game of the Year show. And I know we are now 3 hours in, but we're not finished yet. But I will finish up there. That was my Game of the Year this year. And like I said, we will move on. Are you still putting your list together? I didn't hear you. The audience didn't hear you.
Sorry, I was muted. I've done it. It's not great, but it's there.
Cool. So I want to start with my movies of the year, because it's a short list. I've only watched 7 movies that came out this year, really. I'm just going to rattle through them because they're not as important to games, because we still get the challenge to talk about. So number 7 is Morbius. Don't care what the internet said. I thought it was cool. I don't mind Jared Leto. The internet seems to be prepared to hate him in every movie he's in. I like Blade Runner 2. I absolutely thought Suicide Squad Joker was a great version of something different. And Morbius, I thought, I can't wait for him to go and meet Venom, and now whatever's happened with it. But anyway, Morbius I enjoyed. Number 6 was Thor 4. I can't remember what the subtitle was.
Love and Thunder.
It wasn't a good. It was better than Thor 2. That's all I'll say about it. Number 5 was The Batman. It exists. Number 4, Lightyear. Absolutely beautiful movie if you watch it. The unfortunate thing is it's not quite sure if it's for children or adults. It's there to sell toys, but the story's kind of more for the adults that understand the point in the movie, because it's basically the movie that Andy saw to buy Buzz in the first place. Yeah. But kids aren't interested in the movie that's shown because it's not funny, humorous, there's no songs. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of it's a shame that movie will never see a sequel, because No one knows who the market is. Number 3 is Uncharted, starring Mark Wahlberg as Nathan Drake. Oh no, wait, it got delayed for 10 years. Mark Wahlberg's actually Sully. Tom Holland is. He done an interview recently. Did you see that? Where he was like that he was always on board for the project, and he got phoned up by the director, and he says this was 10 years later, obviously. And he says, "Yeah, I'm on. Who are we getting?" And he goes, "Oh, we're getting this guy, Tom Holland." And he goes, "Oh, I wonder if they're going a different version of the story." He goes, "Oh, so I take it. I think it was a kid." And he goes, "Oh no, he's Nathan." And he went, "That's when I realized I was the old guy." But this movie get delayed so long. I'm glad it did because I enjoyed it, man. This was it wasn't fun. Honestly, man, it's a good film. I've watched it a couple of times now. Watched it with Tasha, and I put it on one night when I was doing my writing. It's a fun blast of a movie. Tom Holland does a great job. I'm sad that they're not probably going to do a sequel, but you hire Spider-Man, who's going to be involved with Marvel for the rest of his fucking life. He's not going to be available to do Uncharted 2. Sorry. Because if anything, Disney will buy him out that contract, or his lawyers would have been like, "No, it's not happening. He's busy." Number 2 is Black Adam. Again, we'll never see a sequel because James Gunn came in and did this to the DCEU, and he's starting all over again. I have no interest in Black Adam. I think The Rock portrayed him as a better character in DC than he's the sort of guy that Andy would read if he was a DC guy. I've seen him maybe show up a couple of times. And The Rock made him out to be this is a new start for the DC. The new era is here. Superman would annihilate him. Shazam beats it. Like a lot of people beat Black Adam. Like he's strong, sure, but he's not. He's no Superman beater. Sorry, I thought my cat was going to be sick there. He can't beat Superman. He's no Superman beater. But Black Adam was a really nice film. I really enjoyed it. And unfortunately, I think Flash and Aquaman 2 are the last 2 DC films we're going to see from the original vision. And then they're just, instead of what I would have said, here's my suggestion if you're listening. What the fuck are you doing? If you are listening, James Gunn, please just do sorry, my cat's on me. Please just do a crisis movie so that we can have a send-off.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It makes so much sense, and instead it seems like you're just nuking it and restarting it. It doesn't make sense to do that. Please everyone by doing a send-off, and then it would make sense. Wrap up the last universe, even if it's a quick thrown together story. Oh no, here's the new universe. We're fading to nothing. The end. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. What if they did that at the start of the next first movie he does?
Absolutely fine.
Yeah,
but they won't. I don't think they will.
Probably not.
And my number 1 movie of the year clearly is Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Brilliant first movie, superb sequel, and I was worried about them introducing Knuckles and Tails at the same time, but they fucking pulled it off in one movie. Good for them. Jim Carrey is genius as Robotnik. Unfortunately, he's retired from acting because of stuff. I think he said that this was his favorite role. This is the best Jim Carrey's been since like Ace Ventura in the 90s.
Oh,
like,
yeah, 100%.
So good in it. Idris Elba is even decent as Knuckles. They've made him still kind of gullible while still a noble warrior. They've got the fine balance of Knuckles. Tails is perfect. Tails spot on.
Yep.
And Sonic's obviously Sonic. The humans, again, did not bother me. Like a lot of times when it's CGI and humans, like Transformers, it's like, who fucking needs the humans? Seeing this one, I quite enjoy some of the human stories because they're funny. They're generally humorous. And they've teased Shadow for Sonic 3. Can't fucking wait. Like, so Jim Carrey, if he decides not to do the next one, can come back for Sonic 4 in a few years because they could have Shadow as the next bad guy. They've already got guns set up, so perfect.
Do you know what I appreciated about Sonic? See, you know the guy that they had as the undercover policeman who was supposed to marry? Yeah, who was supposed to marry the girl's sister? I fucking love that guy. Like, he's in, like, I think it's Criminal Minds. Or,
he's in Shield or something.
He's in. I loved him, and I can't even remember what it was, but like I loved him in that show.
He's
like,
so good, and they're still going to be together. Seeing Sonic 3, they're still going to be together because.
Like I hope they bring him back because it was so. See that scene with just humans, like no Sonic or anything. See the scene where they're playing. I think it's like net volleyball on the beach, and he's like. Oh, like he's like fucking shirtless and like he's got all these like,
and he's like, "Hey, so Tommy boy, hot yoga," and he's like, "Don't make me."
Yeah, like I loved that shit. It was really funny.
So good.
So yeah, they did good even without like even with the human characters, which is.
But they still had Sonic's story in it. They didn't even introduce the Echidna tribe properly, and the Master Emerald, and the Master Emerald was on Earth all this time, and then the Chaos Emeralds. which came out the Master Emerald at the end and then flew off by themselves, but Knuckles still had the Master Emeralds. Now we've got 7 emeralds and that. Sonic even went supersonic. Brilliant.
Yep, and like for a sequel to Sonic, I think they did an amazing job, and like I'm looking forward to whatever they do with it next.
So, what were your movies of this year, Andy?
So for mine, I mean, kind of similar to some of yours. So number 5, Morbius. Like I think I only saw 5 movies that like came out this year.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So like all 5 of mine are the ones that I've seen, and they're in this order. So 5 Morbius. I didn't mind Morbius; it was fine. There was good parts in it. There was some parts in it that were a bit shit, but like overall, it was alright.
I've seen worse movies though.
Yeah, I've definitely seen worse movies. And number 4, Werewolf by Night, which is a kind of TV special sort of movie that Marvel put out. I really enjoyed that. I thought it was really good. It was probably just a little bit too short because it was like 45, 50 minutes, something like that. So it's a kind of short film almost, but it's quality and like the characters they bring into it. Like I thought I'd have no interest in this, and was just for the first 5 minutes of it, I'm like, yep, this is exactly what I was expecting. Boring black and white shit. And then after maybe like 15 minutes, I'm like, actually, this is really intriguing. What is happening here? And then they bring in some interesting people and like characters that you know and things into it, and you're like, oh, okay, like I'm in. And like the kind of story they tell within that, it was a perfect length for this. Really enjoyed it, and it came out kind of like Halloween time, so it was good. Number 3, Thor: Love and Thunder. Like I said, it's more for. It is not as good as Thor 3, sure, and they overused joke mechanics in it for sure. But there's still some like good stuff in it, and like I thought Gore was really good, and there's some good fights in it, and like there's a couple of funny moments in it. So it was good. It just wasn't as good as Ragnarok. Number 2 for me, Sonic 2. Really enjoyed Sonic 2. Great movie. I agree with everything you said there. And then number 1 for me, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Like, it's not the best movie I've ever seen, but like I preferred it to those 4 movies.
I ain't having that. No,
just a little bit.
It's not better than Sonic 2. It's an awful movie that never even made. I've never gave up on a movie and went, I'm not fucking watching that again. Tasha has never gave up on a movie and went, I'm not fucking finishing this. Doctor Strange 2, since the day it premiered on Disney Plus, is sitting there with an hour watch going, I ain't doing it anymore.
Part of it for me, right, is seeing it in the cinema with my kid.
Like, bullshit. Cinema bullshit.
That
fuck off.
Experience.
Cinema bullshit.
But
it's the same film. Doesn't play any different. I've got the same story as you. Same experience as you.
But it's going to see that like the Marvel movies with Bethany. Like I have a great time going.
Nope,
and
don't
she has a great time going.
Nope, don't try the sub story for that one. I'm not giving you that over Sonic 2. Fucking bullshit.
I like this movie a lot. And there's some stuff in it that's not great, but like I liked America Chavez in it.
His accent doesn't know what it's doing all movie long.
I liked what they did with having like the Professor X cameo and stuff like that. And that whole cameo scene was great. Loved it.
Nope, doesn't make for a good film.
But I mean, I think that cameo scene
character building, Andy. They introduced fucking 2 new characters and kept a coherent story. This movie went.
I really like Sonic 2.
Remember? Do you remember? I remember. Remember the X-Men? Oh, I remember. Remember the 90s? Oh, I remember. It was just member berries.
Sure, but I mean, I got something out of it, and like, it's not. I don't think there's very much between Sonic and this. Like, it could have gone the other way.
Swap them.
But yeah, that was my number 1.
Swap them.
Okay, they're swapped.
Yes. So this is overwhelming odds that Sonic has made the number 1 for this podcast. It should be, man. Like, Doctor Strange 2 was awful. Okay, TV wise, right? Special shout outs. And this is surprising. Not Jack. Not Reacher. Reacher was okay. But Jack Ryan season 3 is a shout out. Hasn't even made my top 10.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Jack Ryan season 3 is normally a good show. Well, Jack Ryan's normally a good show. However, season 3 started out really well. A lot of people really like it. It started out phenomenal, actually, I'll say that. And then for some reason, maybe about 4 or 5 episodes in, it just started this sort of slump of just being content with being almost generic. It just did not suit it. I might be wrong. I still think the acting's phenomenal by John Krasinski. I love Jack Ryan as a character. I don't know what it was. I just fell out of love with this series. I like Tom Clancy. I like Tom Clancy games. Read some of the books, but Jack Ryan's season 2 and 1, arguably 1 more so, were gripping from the very start till the minute he finished. There is not a show that I can recall that I have seen the second last episode of and went, I'll get to the next one at some point. Like probably since 24 or Lost back those days, since those shows came out, there's not one show that I've seen that I can remember getting that far into it and going, I've seen enough. I'll get to the last part at some point. I mean, it's only an hour, but we were like day one, me and my wife, Tasha, watching Jack Ryan as we have since it started. Can't wait for this. I'm so excited for it to come out. And then get to the second last episode, and both of us were just like, okay. And we've still not watched the finale. So, at number 10, we get Vikings Valhalla.
Nice.
Absolutely phenomenal. Netflix done a robbery, man. They've stole Vikings. Vikings was originally in the History Channel. Absolutely phenomenal show. Andy, if Andy likes anything, game-wise or TV-wise or movie-wise, and it contains a time jump, I now do not count it because Andy refused to watch.
Your green screen died.
Oh, it's away. An error occurred with your virtual background effect.
Oh,
This usually occurs if your device isn't powerful enough.
well, don't worry about it. It's fine.
What's not powerful enough? Is it my RTX, my i7?
It doesn't matter. Move on.
I do need to end the stream and restart it though.
Okay.
I think. No, fuck it. We'll keep going. So Vikings Valhalla season 2 starts soon. A great follow up. It's years later, and it's going on to the Vikings discovering America, which they did before Christopher Columbus did. Oh, it's my cat. Number 9, The Boys season 3. Absolutely love that show. Great show. Can't wait for season 4 and the spin-off. Number 8, Resident Evil. Don't know why this gets so much hate. I absolutely loved the adaptation that this show got. I thought it was phenomenal. I really like Wesker in it. I don't understand why so many people hate it. It's like, I want to see on TV exactly what I've already experienced in a game. But I don't understand that. Like, my whole point with The Last of Us is my worry is it's going to be too similar, and I'm going to be like, I've seen this. So I'm now at the point where I'm like, I'm fine with them taking it, and as long as they stay slightly faithful to the source material, respectful enough, I'll be cool with it. And Resident Evil did that, and people were like, nah, I hate it. Number 7, Top Boy season 4. I love this show, man. Such a good show. London, drug dealers, gangsters. There's not enough of it. Kano's great in it. Number 6, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Part of me thinks this is too high. Obi-Wan Kenobi is my favorite Star Wars character ever. And the series wasn't as good as I would like it to have been. It was more episode 2 than episode 3 in my mind. I think they wasted some opportunities, but I still think it was very good with what they've done. Number 5 was Peacemaker. Do you really, really, really want to taste that? That show is fucking amazing, man. And I can't. Andy's mission this year before the end of January, hopefully. Watch the Suicide Squad 2 and then watch Peacemaker. It's such a good combination. I didn't enjoy the Suicide Squad 2 as much as the first one. You probably will, because I know the shit that you like. And Peacemaker is just phenomenal. Like, me and Tasha both love Peacemaker. And it follows on, like, literally James Gunn was smart. What he did was he filmed it during in between stuff of the movie, and then he pitched a TV show. I don't know what the budget for that TV show went, but he already filmed it during Suicide Squad. But he's been very clever with what he done. And maybe he angled his way into being his job that he is just now, like chief of DC, by going, hey, they're like, how much budget? And there's like, nothing. I've already filmed
it.
He could have.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, John Cena loved the character. He was showing up in chat shows, remember, dressed as Peacemaker. So he probably agreed to it and they just filmed it. And it's his wife's the secondary character. So, so Peacemaker. What number was on? Number 4?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Number 4 is Stranger Things season 4. It's become a mandatory watch for me. I think it's so good. Season 4 is probably the best season they've done of it, which is weird to say, because normally season 1's the best, and then shows just kind of do that kind of thing to the end. Season 4 is amazing. Number 3 is The Terminal List, featuring Chris Pratt, who, again, I don't understand why the internet suddenly hates Chris Pratt, but they do now.
Because of
I stopped listening.
Because of Mario.
It's not. It was before Mario, man.
Oh,
I don't know if it was because he divorced his wife and remarried, but I'm sorry, is everybody in this world perfect? I don't know his personal ins and outs. I still think he's a good actor. I think he's great as Star-Lord, and I like him in this. This also provided me with a whole new reading list of Jack Carr, who's an actual Marine that wrote the books The Terminal List was based on.
Right.
This show, I didn't expect to like, and it blew me out the water. Chris Pratt is so fucking believable as a Marine man. A Marine man, like I'm a child. He's so believable as an actual Marine. Like, he's done his homework. He looks the part. Like, the twists in the show is unreal because basically you don't know if he's going crazy or he's been set up. I honestly think it's another one that you should watch, man. Like, there's certain things I watch that I don't tell Andy to watch. I'm like, Andy will never watch that. There's loads of things Andy will never watch. So, if I was to there's a couple of things I'd recommend Andy off this list, but Terminal List is one of them. Definitely one of them. At number 2, is that right? Terminal List was number 3. Number 2,
yep.
Halo Season 1. This was a late entry. Right. So, there's only one reason why this didn't get number 1, right? And it's because of what my number 1 is. But
right.
Halo, I watched when the debut came, right? It's 9 episodes. They're like an hour long each. So there's like 9 hours of this. They could have easily split it into a 20-hour season, right? Episode 1 watches just like not bad, but like a slightly higher budget fan movie on Netflix, on YouTube, sorry. You know, that way. And it's like, oh, they've actually put some time into this. This could be quite decent. And I didn't like that. I didn't want that from Halo. So that's why I gave up. And you've played Halo with me lots. Fraser's played Halo with me lots. I've tried to like Halo's lore and stuff, and I'm like, like, I go shoot bad guys, the end. I'm like one of the grunts, like, oh no, a demon is coming. It's like, I'm just like that. I'm the man in green. I kill the bad guys. And then I've tried to get into it. This series, however, every fan was like, he takes his helmet off. And I was a bit like that. I was like, how do he take his helmet off? 343 did a big statement. And they said, see if he'd finished Halo 4 and Legendary and got the true ending. Because all Halo games have a true ending, a bit like Sonic.
Right.
You would have seen Master Chief take his helmet off. And he's also done it before. And they also stated in the novels and the comics and the expanded universe, that's all canon, he takes his helmet off frequently. Now, I didn't know this, but when I was watching it, I was messaging Andy and I was like, do you know what? It actually makes sense. See if I'm at the base and we're not in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
I don't need to wear my helmet or my armor because I'm in the base. See if I'm somewhere with my friend. I don't want to ruin it because I want you to watch it, but I'm not actively under fire. I can have my armor on me, but I don't need to wear it. It's fucking warm, man. I don't want to wear my helmet.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And like the guy that 343 was talking, he was like, he's not the Mandalorian. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not meant. He's not like signed a contract saying I have to wear this armor. He's a soldier. That's all he is. So like, well, that's all he is. He's advanced. But like, people were moaning. They wrote the series off because of that. Now, don't get me wrong. CGI is not the strongest. Not gonna lie, CGI is not the strongest. I've seen worse, but it's not the strongest. However, the Covenant aren't in it that much that it becomes an issue after episode 1. So the storyline is what to focus on here. Yeah, I would assume.
Yeah.
And it's fucking awesome. Like, Halo's like, blah, 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 military reason, blah, 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 something in space. And then you go as Master Chief, you shoot things, Cortana moans at you a bit, and then you blow something up. And that's every Halo game. I couldn't distinguish one plot line from the other. I couldn't. This has twists and turns and people working for the other side and people who you don't know where the motives lie. It has a whole different backstory from Cortana just being a simple wee AI thing that it's like, hey Siri, and it pops up. It's not like that in this. It's got a whole cool thing, and I can understand why it's like, that's not my Cortana. It's not. And they've already said that before the show came out, that this is a different universe. That's okay these days.
Yeah.
Did you not know everything is a multiverse? Everything, Andy, including Sonic. So see the fact that they've decided, do you know what? See for TV, how are we going to make this guy relatable? He's just a green suit with an orange face or gold. Let's have him take his helmet off. He's in the base. Because then people can see his emotions. Because he's having normal human conversations. Because at the end of the day, he is a human. People forget that. He's not like in some mad cult like Mando. He's just a soldier.
Yeah.
So that show was absolutely fucking phenomenal. I cannot wait for season 2. The finale left me like, you need to watch it, man. Like, I know you're like me with Halo, but honestly, that show, see when they start going to different planets, when you find out about bits about Master Chief's past, when they introduce Cortana, when you find out what the scientists have been up to, when you find out what the Covenant have been doing, when Master Chief finally goes somewhere, I don't want to ruin anymore, but it's like, that was fucking cool. Now I know that is my canon story of Halo 1. And I don't care if everybody that follows this unsubscribes. That is now my that's Halo 1 done. Job done.
Cool.
So season 2, I hope they do their own take on Halo 2, and that is now going to be my canon of Halo 2.
Nice.
It was so well done. I was so interested. I was gripped to the end. I was up to like 3-4 in the morning. Absolutely amazing. So, number 1, Cobra Kai. Never done.
Oh, Cobra Kai, yeah.
Cobra Kai season 5 was the best TV show this year by far. We had Chosen teaming up with Daniel and Johnny. Johnny was in Mexico for a bit, but when they came back, they joined the forces and they decided to take on Cobra Kai and enter the prestigious karate tournament. I cannot remember the name of right now, but the conundrum we have by the end, don't want to ruin anything of it, is they need to merge to become one dojo with one name. And I'm interested to know what the name is, but I guarantee there's going to be a new t-shirt and Primarks near you, or Tesco stores near you, because they have to have another dojo name. It can't just be Eagle Fang or Miyagi-Do. It has to be one dojo name. But the whole season was phenomenal. Every season is just great in this show. I can't wait for season 6. And I'm annoyed that we haven't heard anything about it because it was usually New Year's that we kind of got information about that show. And I'm sorry, it's 11 days in January and I don't know when season 6 is. I need it now. Nothing can beat Cobra Kai for me till it's done. I don't think. I just generally don't think anything can.
Cobra Kai is excellent, to be fair. Like, I actually added more things into my list there from like what you were saying because I'd forgotten about shows. I've got one honorable mention and I've got 8 TV shows, which is all I could come up with. So my honorable mention is not a TV show, but it's something that I followed extensively on YouTube and Twitch, and it's the Johnny Depp trial. The Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Forgot that was last year.
My dog stepped on a bee. Like,
that's still my emoji picture, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. There was so much like
stepped on a bee.
Funny moments that came out of that, like, and I was captivated
like
by that.
Unemployable now.
Yeah, I was captivated by that entirely for that whole thing. Like, there was some funny stuff. There was some like really weird stuff, really uncomfortable, awkward moments, and like lots of twists and turns. So it was in many ways much like many TV shows that we've watched over the years. So, but I'm not including it on the list because it's not technically a TV show. So yeah, onto the list. So number 8 was Moon Knight for me. Like Moon Knight was there. I watched it. It had some good parts at the beginning of it, which were very cool. When he was when you sort of cut away from him, like when you didn't see what was happening, and then you cut back to him, and mad shit had happened, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know what's happening." But after maybe the first 2 or 3 episodes, that went away. And the show suffered for it and was much worse as it went along. And like I think it really started decently high and then went downhill from there. Like not great. And I don't think you even finished watching that, did you? Moon Knight, or if you even watched that at all. No, I don't think you watched Moon Knight. Number 7, Man vs. Bee. You would like Man vs. Bee. No,
I do not. I've seen that series 15 times. Leo got addicted to it because I put it on once and he kept saying, B, 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 Daddy, B, B. I've seen that. That clearly started life as a movie.
Oh, 100%. And they chopped up.
Because there's no, like, even previous line, there's no breaks. It's just, here's the next episode and it's the next scene.
Because
like
each
episode, it's one after the other.
Yeah, each episode is like, what, 15 minutes maybe? 10, 15 minutes?
No, they're half an hour long each.
No, they're not. They're like 10, 15 minutes. I'm sure they're 10, 15 minutes.
No.
I
maybe 26 minutes at the least, but they're about half an hour long each. Trust me, I've seen it about 15 times, Andy. What are you doing here? When he's in jail.
Right, hold on. I'm looking at it on Netflix right now. Let's see. Chapter 1, 19 minutes. Chapter 2, 11 minutes. Chapter 3, 12 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Yeah, they're like 10 minutes long. It's a movie.
Oh, absolute nonsense.
You're totally right, though. It is that's what it is. It's a movie that's been chopped up. I enjoyed it, though. It was like Rowan Atkinson, big silliness, like kind of like Mr. Bean, but like not quite.
Hearsay.
Yeah. And then number 6, Miss Marvel. I quite liked Miss Marvel, like especially the first few episodes. I think it was a kind of common theme with the Marvel shows. Certainly with this one and Moon Knight anyway, where the first few episodes had some really cool stuff in them, and then they kind of tapered off a wee bit after that. Ending for Miss Marvel, I liked though what they did to tie it into the new movie that's coming, the Marvels. So that could be cool. Number 5, and I've forgotten about this show and the fact that it came out this year. A new season was The Boys. I liked The Boys. I think I'd watched it way later in the year because I had to go and look to see if I actually finished watching it. And I'm like, yeah, no, I did finish watching it.
You did, but you didn't watch it when it came out for some reason.
Yeah, no, I'd watched the first couple episodes when they came out, and then I never went back to it till months later. So that's probably why I've forgotten about it. But yeah, really good show. Brilliant, loved it. Number 4, Resident Evil. I liked Resident Evil a lot. Like, I think they did some really interesting things with it, and I liked what's the guy's name that was in it, the
Wesker.
Yeah, Wesker. I really liked him, man. He was great. I forget the actor's name as well, but like brilliant. And I liked what they did with the 2 girls and like that kind of dynamic between them, like being best pals and like obviously they're sisters, but they're friends. And then there's a kind of coming together later on in it, like there was a dancing scene in it, like which was funny. So yeah, I liked all that. Number 3, Kenobi. I liked Kenobi a lot. Like I can understand the problems that you would have with it, but it's fucking Star Wars, isn't it? Like I think Andor would probably be on this list for me, but I haven't watched it yet. So yeah, I liked Kenobi a lot. And number 2 that I'd also forgotten about until you'd said it in your list, Cobra Kai season 5. Number 2 for me, which I think is a phenomenal show. But my number 1 show is a show that I would never ever have expected that I would have ever seen ever in my life, which was She-Hulk. And I fucking love She-Hulk. And not the TV show, the character, I mean. And what they did with the TV show is they took my favorite single character comic book arc and they made it into a TV show. Like, of course that was going to be my number 1. Like, it was funny. Like, some of the graphics were a bit iffy, but like I loved what they did, and like the way they kind of ended it with like instead of having like a big fight with like a big boss type thing. They just did a fourth wall break, which I loved. Totally funny, irreverent, different, and I understand why people don't like it, but like they made that She-Hulk comic book come to life on a TV show, which is exactly what I could have wanted, and I can't believe they made it. And it'll never happen again because it didn't do well. But like for me, yeah, perfect. So that was my TV shows.
Cool. Sorry, I've got my for Chris. She-Hulk was awful, but let's move on to the challenges.
So yeah, so the challenges for 2022 was complete 24 games, so 2 games a month, including 2 Soulsborne games.
No. It was 24 games and 2 Soulsborne games. And 2 Soulsborne games, and then it was Slash or whoever gets the most spirit points in Smash.
And yeah, so Smash Bros. And Smash Bros. Spirit. So I completed exactly 24 games, and 1 Soulsborne game is part of that. Did not finish 2 Soulsborne games, but I did complete 24 games, so I'm happy with that.
So what were your games?
My game list was in order of when I completed them, and I'm not going to talk particularly about these games because I've spoken about most of them already. The Pedestrian, beat that. Donut County. Knack, finally went back and beat the last boss of Knack because that's where I was. I was on the final boss. Firewatch, great fucking game, 100%. Everyone should play that. You played it already, I think. Elden Ring, which took up a significant amount of time, as I mentioned earlier. Unpacking, Lego Star Wars, Skywalker Saga, Horizon Forbidden West, Assassin's Creed, Panzer Dragoon Remake, Minute, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, The Quarry, Days Gone, went back and finished Days Gone, which was better than I thought it was going to be. I had fun with it. Enigmatis, The Ghosts of Maple Creek. Resident Evil HD. I finally beat a Resident Evil game for the first time ever. Like, oh my god. and I enjoyed it. It was really hard, but I did enjoy it. Stray, stupid cat game. Deliver Us the Moon. Bayonetta 1. Gotham Knights. Plague Tale Requiem, Inside, God of War Ragnarok, and then lastly, I finally went back and beat Sonic Mania. So that was my 24 games that I managed to complete this year. So I think Ali managed to beat more games than that for sure. Just a little bit, yeah. So what were the games you beat, Ali?
How many spirits did you get in Smash?
Oh, okay. So spirits, I did. I had 136 in total, which is not very many more than I had at the beginning of the year.
No. So I started all good intentions. I actually sunk about 20 hours into Elden Ring, Dark Souls. Don't like it.
Yeah, I tried Dark Souls as well, and like I did like it to a point, but I couldn't. Elden Ring 106 hours. I couldn't do any more.
Not enough story, and the combat is basic. No matter what Soulsborne fans want to say. See, once you learn patterns, that's all it is. That's repetition. That's not fun to me. So, didn't finish any of them. Didn't like Elden Ring, as you know. Played some of Demon Souls. I like it a bit more. I think it looks nicer than Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But I didn't finish any. I didn't play any Smash, really. I think I've got 130 spirits. But I did finish a shitload of games.
You did.
So this year, the first game I finished was Sonic Triple Trouble, finally, on the 3DS. It's a good game. Not quite as good as Sonic Chaos for me, but good. And then I decided to finish the Uncharted series. And I'm glad I did. That's how I know Andy is the Uncharted 3 liar and denier. Because I got Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 3 as my 2 and 3 finished back to back. And do you not notice that they're the same series, Andy? And I didn't mind because it was different when I started the first level.
Yep.
God of War wasn't. Sorry, my cat's in this bag. Sasha, get out.
I did like the way
Um,
Uncharted 3 started, to be fair. Like, it just.
It's the
didn't-
best
didn't do it.
of the original three. So, Uncharted 2, after its sequence of you hanging upside down or hanging out on a train and having to climb up, was bullshit. Nostalgia Goggles covered the whole world except me because I only finished it this year, but PS5 version. So I played the best possible version and made judgment. Uncharted 3, phenomenal, horribly and criminally overlooked as the king of the original trilogy. Number 4, I then played Uncharted Lost Legacy, which was very, very, very good. I really liked the way they were going with that, and it's such a shame that they're not doing it anymore. Although I hear there is another one, but it's not by Naughty Dog, but we'll see. And then number 5, I finished Pokemon Legends Arceus, or Arceus, and I don't know how to pronounce that. My game of the year. Then I finished the Game of the Brown, Horizon Zero Dawn. Shit story, shit gameplay, shit game. Number 7, I finally went back and finished Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which I got like day one.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Not as good as Modern Warfare. Number 8, I finally finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
That's a long game, that.
It's
So-
long.
Yeah. It's about the
That did
nicest thing you
that
can
did
say
take
about
me
it.
from launch. It's
Yeah.
not like I left that game. I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just dipping in bits. Number 9, Agent Intercept on the Series X. One of my first reviews for Xbox Hub. Really good game. I enjoyed that. Number 10, I finished Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Number 11 was TMNT Shredder's Revenge on the Series X. Number 12 was Final Vendetta Series X, which is really, really good for Streets of Rage fans. It's that
Yeah,
kind
that's
of,
the kind of beat 'em up one. Yeah, it looks
Mhm.
cool.
Panzer Dragoon remake on Switch. Got it for like £1. I don't know why
Like
so many folks say this
40
is a
minutes.
good game.
It's like 40 minutes to beat it or something. It's
Yeah,
terrible.
it's not a good game.
Nah.
Not even fun. I've finished the Resident Evil game this year as well. It does count because this one's different. Resident Evil 3 remake,
Nice.
really good. Better than Resident Evil 1 remake. Still haven't finished Resident Evil 2 remake, but here we are. 15, I went back and finally finished Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. It's not the best Ratchet and Clank. It looks nice. It's one of the only PS5 exclusive games 3 years nearly into the system's life cycle.
Yeah.
Then I finished As Dust Falls on the Series X. Number 18 was Tinykin on the Series X. Number 19 was TMNT, the arcade game, which I finished off the collection on the Series X. Number 20 was a weird one for me. The weird thing is, it went on sale for stupid price, and I went, do you know what? I really hear this is a good story, but I could never get into watching it. And its PS5 version is out this Friday. I think it's a free upgrade, and there's a third DLC to it, and that is Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Right?
Okay, yeah.
I picked it up for like $4.99 on a sale, and
Nice.
fuck it, let's play it. And I've tried to like anime, Andy, as you know. Tried Naruto. I didn't hate it, but I just can't watch. How can anybody
Like
really watch
hundreds of
300,
episodes,
300 episodes per season?
Yeah.
What? And sometimes an episode is just two characters staring at each other. Literally staring at each other for 20 minutes. So I played this game on the recommendation of some people, and it tells you the whole story of Dragon Ball Z, Andy.
Nice.
And the game's fun. And I'm like, yeah, I can see how this story's cool. I'm going to watch the show. So I finished the game and I put the show on, and I'm like the story is there from the game, but the game's went, cut the crap, cut the crap, cut the crap, cut the crap. Here's the story. The game's done it well. So I can't wait for this is what I mean. I've not seen a full season of Dragon Ball, and I can't wait for this DLC.
Nice.
Is that not nuts? And it's like,
Yeah.
the stupid thing is, the new movie that came out, I'm like, that looks fucking cool. But I know I'll be bored. I would rather it was just DLC for this game. I honestly do.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is a superb game. That should speak volumes for its gameplay and storytelling. But its story is kind of a cheat because it's a story that's from the guy that made Dragon Quest.
Sort of
Number 21, I finished the story of Splatoon 3.
Nice.
What was that, 21?
Yeah, I think you were 21, yeah.
Number 22 is Tekken 7. which are a really good story mode. Tekken story modes are generally say what you like. Injustice is the best story mode in any fighting game.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it took
Injustice one, yeah.
inspiration from Tekken because Tekken was going down those lines. Number 23 was I finally finished Guardians of the Galaxy. It was
that game was good, yeah. Yeah.
And number 24 was God of War 2018. I liked it. I didn't need to start God of War Ragnarok right away after. Number 25 was No More Heroes 3. I reviewed that as well. I really liked it, man. I thought it was good. I've not finished the first or second one ever, but really liked it. Third one, I think it's on everything now because it came out in Switch a year before that. I think I bought it in Switch, but I've not finished it because I've definitely got 1 and 2 in Switch. 3's good. Number 26, I finished Modern Warfare 2 because it came out like October. Number 27 was Gotham Knights. And the last game I finished this year was Sonic Frontiers.
Nice.
Since then, Sonic Frontiers was the last game I played before I basically sliced my finger off. And then, like, I haven't played anything. I finished a game this year already, though. But
Me too.
So
yeah.
do you. But yeah, my backlog, the only ones that I was gutted that I never got to finish this year that I was chipping bits away at was Ghost of Tsushima and Resident Evil 8. But I was waiting for the third person DLC to come out. Both of those will be added to this year. And obviously Final Fantasy Origin, haven't finished either. But made the challenge. None of us beat the challenge, and we didn't bother with Smash.
I'm quite pleased that we both managed to hit the game count, though. Like, I thought that might have been more challenging. And, like, I found it more challenging than you, for sure. But I think most of that is just because of Elden Ring. Like, that took up so much of my gameplay time that...
You spent, like, 3 months on Elden Ring.
Yeah, 3 months just playing Elden Ring, nothing else.
Because it was from when it came out and the summer came and you're still playing Elden Ring. And I'm like, Andy, you've missed out on, like, 16 games.
But I caught back up because I chipped away at some... like older games that I'd done bits of, and I'm pleased with some of the games that I went back and played, like getting some of these out of the way, like Assassin's Creed and stuff like that. Like Assassin's Creed 1, like I played that from scratch, and like playing Bayonetta and things like that, things that I'd had on the backlog for years.
That's the problem with this is we set it up for the backlog, but it's balancing your backlog with new games coming out, and I think this year's going to be tough with all the new games coming out.
Yeah, definitely. So that's why this year
the summer's basically covered with Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah. So that's why this year, so the challenges for 2023 is going to be 42 games, complete 42 games. And within that, we've got like a couple of kind of additional, almost sort of bonus challenges for to give us games to try to beat as well. So we have
just the PlayStation and Nintendo, I think.
Yeah. So we have PlayStation Classics. So what that is beating one game from each of the following series. So Final Fantasy can be any game, modern or old, doesn't matter.
Can't be a spin-off, has to be mainline.
Sure, that's fine. Like a numbered Final Fantasy. Yeah, fine.
Yes.
So yeah, Final Fantasy, Crash Bandicoot, Resident Evil, Tomb Raider, and shit, I forgot the fifth one. What was the fifth one? Metal Gear. Yeah. So beating one of each of those 5 games.
See, it's cool. Most of these games are multi-format now, but they're stereotypically related to PlayStation. These are all PlayStation games for me because that's where they're played.
Yeah, I mean, I might play some of them on Xbox.
I'll play more than one because I'm in the middle of Final Fantasy 6, as you know. And also 16's out in the summer. I'll beat both of those easily. And Origins might finish by the end of the year, especially if Andy picks it up. Obviously, I would restart it again, run through. But Tomb Raider, I've still got Rise and Shadow. I lost interest in Tomb Raider years ago. Metal Gear's tough for me because Survive doesn't count.
It's only 5. Rise of the Tomb Raider, definitely you should finish that because you're at least a good chunk of the way through that anyway. And it's a really good game.
No, I'm not.
Even when you've played at least a few hours of it.
I've played maybe 3 hours.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant game. Like you should definitely play that one. Stick out an easy run through it.
Metal Gear as well. I've only not finished 5, Like I finished even the PSP ones. The only one I've not finished fully is 5, and it sucks. Balls.
Metal Gear's going to be the
And
challenge.
you went out your road to choose 5. For no, I'm like, don't choose this one. And you're like, I'm going to play 5 because it's the newest. I'm like, but it sucks. It's so bad. It was Kojima doing that on the way out the door. Right? Imagine the work an employee that hates his job does, and he's like that on the way out the door. And you're like, oh, but you haven't done this, this, and this. I finished an hour ago. That's basically what Kojima's done. They were like, make Metal Gear open world. And he's like, okay, but look, there's nothing in your world. It's just a travel from point A to B.
But I mean, so, I could try. I'll try that, and if I don't like it, then I'll try one of the other ones. But like,
I've got no choice.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Metal Gear Survive.
It's not. It's the spin-off.
Spin-off, yeah.
So I'll even though it's not my I'll make this.
I would allow you to play a spin-off, mate. Like that's no.
No, I'm not allowing. I'm not allowing because I can play like World of Final Fantasy and take that off.
I don't think Fantasy, you would want to do that.
I wouldn't, but Final Fantasy 13 I'm playing through just now. But like, see, like 13-2, 13-3, 10-2, those ones I'll count.
Yeah.
Not that you'd play those, but I wouldn't count like World of Final Fantasy or like the Crystal Chronicles ones that were on the Wii.
Yeah,
not counting them. But again, both of ours will guaranteed be 16 at least.
Yeah, and like I'm playing Final Fantasy 8, so like because this is why I want Final Fantasy, because I want to complete Final Fantasy 8. So I'm already
because we both set a kind of almost we need to finish more Final Fantasies challenge that's separate to this, where it's like we both love the series so much, and it's like, but we've not finished a lot of them between us.
Yep, and like for me, I've finished 2. I've finished Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 15. I think you've done 4, maybe
3 or 4.
But like, and like obviously I've done remake as well. But I mean, I love this series.
Well,
there's so many games where I've played them up to like pretty much the end, and then just never finished them. And obviously, like these are back in the day. I don't have the save files or whatever for them anymore.
Because they're on memory cards mostly.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I need to start them again from scratch. But that's fine.
Because the only one in the PS3 was 13, wasn't
it? Yeah. And 13, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that was it. Because 12 was in the PS2.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal send off though, having that. That's an achievement for the PS2. That's like we know this shit.
Yeah. So that's the PlayStation Classics. So then we have Nintendo Classics, which is Mario, any mainline Mario game, Zelda, Metroid, Pokemon, Kirby, Donkey Kong. So 6 Nintendo games. I don't think this is going to be an issue because Zelda, there's a new game coming out this year. Sorted for that. We'll both play that day one, no issue. Mario, there's a good few. Yeah, there's a good few older Marios that I could probably nip through.
I might go for Sunshine, I think.
Yeah. Metroid, like I've beaten 1 Metroid game, so there's plenty there for me.
The Prime trilogy.
Yeah, I mean either Prime or the original.
I've still not finished Samus Returns or Super Metroid or
So there's
you've got like there. Zero Mission and everything, yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty there that I could play. Pokemon. So Pokemon.
Me, it's any game between Yellow and Arceus. Oh no, I finished Shield, didn't I? Last year's game.
I think you did, yeah.
So I was talking shit. I've finished one other.
There's plenty that you can pick from though. Same for me. I've beaten Pokemon Blue and I've beaten. No, that's it. I've beaten Pokemon Blue, and that's all. I could go back and finish off Arceus, like I did, maybe, and I do have a save file. That's probably the furthest on I would be without having to start from scratch. So I might do that, or I could go back and play Let's Go Pikachu because I played a bit of that. Either way,
Let's Go Pikachu is good because it's a remake of the original.
Yeah, Kirby. I mean, there was a new Kirby game came out last year.
I've got it, but I've not played it.
Yeah, so that one, probably get that. And then Donkey Kong, I'm going to play Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
That's the one I was going for.
Yeah, because that game looks fun and I've never ever gotten around to it. So
if my analog pocket that was meant to arrive in October comes at some point this year, then I'll play the Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Because I used to own those banana yellow cartridges. I'm fully aware I'll probably buy a repro one at this point, but I never finished those ones. I don't even think I finished Donkey Kong No, I finished Donkey Kong Land 1 in the Game Boy 1. I never finished the SNES ones because I never had a SNES. The country ones is the ones I'm thinking of. But I think I'll probably get Tropical Freeze for the Switch.
Yeah,
because it's easiest.
So those are the main challenges for this year. And we did set some potential stretches if we did choose to, which will be bonuses if we get them, which are Sega classics. So that would be Sonic, Golden Axe, Shinobi, Echo, and Yakuza, because Yakuza is a classic Sega franchise at this point. They're like 9 games deep into that. So
they're 20 years old.
Yeah, 20 years old. So definitely in the classics. And like I played a bit of Yakuza 0 before I played Yakuza 7. So
which we both love.
7
this year.
Yeah, and I think it would be cool to go back into 0, but also, like you say, 8's coming out as well. So, and the other ones are all like old classic games that there's probably one of them we didn't finish.
Yeah.
And then we had Xbox classics as well. So Gears, Halo, Fable, Crackdown. There's at least one game in those that I have not beaten, and we are playing a Halo game, so we can both potentially knock that one out, and it's quite.
And we
fun.
Both got quite far in a Crackdown game.
Yeah, we got quite. Did you not finish Crackdown 3? I thought you finished it. No, well, I definitely didn't finish it. And Gears, we'd never finished Gears 5. I don't know if you finished it.
I finished it when it came out. Of course I did. I love Gears. The only Gears games I've not finished is
Tactics.
Gears Tactics, yeah, I never finished that.
So those are stretches. Yeah, those are stretches. And then super stretch is the Tom Clancy challenge, which is beating one game in each of these series, which is probably the hardest one if we tried to do this. So Splinter Cell, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six, and The Division.
It's doable.
So one of each of that series.
It's doable, but we'll see how we do anyway. These are above and beyond our 42.
Yes. So these are stretch goals, basically. But that's the challenge set for the year. 42 games is the main one. And then amongst that, beating the PlayStation and Nintendo classics. So I think those are doable.
Yeah, but I've only got 41 games to play.
And I've beaten one game already. What is the game you've beaten already? Just for a preview for next week's show.
Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
He's gone for the stretch goals right away. He's like, I'm fucking going for it. And I beat Bayonetta 2 already, which was a great game. Really enjoyed it.
Really good game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this year. But the problem is that I've cleared a lot of backlog, and I've got into a level of backlog that I bought last year, like Bayonetta 3 and Blade 3, and I'm like, I've got quite a chunk to get through. And then we set our own goals of Final Fantasy, and I'm deep into Final Fantasy 13 and 6 at the moment. I know 16's out in the summer, so I've got like 6 months to piss I got off the pot with both of them. I've also started another game that I'll talk about next week that I'm actually enjoying that I didn't like when I first got it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this year a lot. But there's so much. If Starfield makes it this year, it's gonna be a tough year.
Yeah. So what's one last thing just before we sign off? What is your most kind of anticipated game for 2023 then?
That's been announced.
Yeah.
It's got to be Zelda. I can't call it its new name. Breath of the Wild 2. Has to be.
Yeah, fair enough. Mine's Starfield. Like I can't.
Or is it Tears of the Kingdom?
Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah.
Stupid name. Just Breath of the Wild 2 is what we've been calling it for like 4 years now.
I understand why they've not called it that, but like, I totally get it. And like, I'll play that game day one, and I'll love it. Like, I already know.
Because here's the thing that excites me every time I think about it. Breath of the Wild wasn't even a Switch game.
Mm.
This is the first Zelda game designed for Switch.
Yep.
This is going to be fucking incredible. You realize this is going to have Skyloft, which is all the sky from Skyward Sword.
Yep.
And it's going to have all the ground and potentially underneath because we've seen dungeons.
But do you know what? It's not going to have
3. What?
The entire universe of Starfield.
Starfield will be good if it comes out this year. But if that's not ready, they're delaying it. Because there's no fucking chance. I know, like, most Bethesda games previously have released with a delay, significant delays at some points.
Well, they have
delayed
this game, though, because it was supposed to come out, like, 2022.
Yeah, but the problem is here, this is the first big game that's going to get scrutinized because it's the first one to come out as Xbox only.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? Since Bethesda get bought, this is the first game that's not only Xbox tough. So it's going to be this is going to be under a microscope. And it's not going to get the advantage of having review scores from PlayStation to prop it up to 90, which some of the games before, like Fallout 4, have had like the benefit of PlayStation owners liking it more than Xbox owners, even though it's the same fucking game. Some of them give it different scores and it's boosted it up. This is a one system game. So if it's not liked, it's fucked. That's the problem. It has to be good.
It does need to be good, yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, but then we've both said those, but we both know unanimously Final Fantasy 16. Excited about that.
Yeah, definitely. It looks good. Like I'm not really watching anything more about it beyond what I already know.
I've seen 2 trailers, man, and I watched a making of sort of thing, and see when they said there's this voiceover of the guy speaking.
Yeah.
So what we did was we reached out to the Kingdom Hearts combat team, and I'm like, ding. They said, but we didn't stop there. We went to the Devil May Cry 5 combat system developer and hired him. Ding.
Nice.
So he now works alongside the Kingdom Hearts combat team to create what we have in Final Fantasy 16. I'm like, you've just hired the best of the best to make your combat the best.
Yeah.
That's what they've done. The Devil May Cry 5 combat mechanic designer and the Kingdom Hearts team working together. Amazing. Couldn't give a fuck what your storyline is. That game's going to play like the tits. And the fact you've made it next gen only, amazing. The fact it's PS5 only, doesn't have to worry about functioning on other systems, amazing. Give me it, like, pour it into my veins.
Yeah, I can't wait for that either. But like Starfield, just the premise of that just being open and being able to do whatever the fuck you want. Skyrim in space, like, oh yeah, give me that. Inject it right in my veins. Can't wait.
I will play it. I will like it. But my only thing, every time I hear that, I'm like, why couldn't that have been Mass Effect? Why couldn't that have been like?
I mean, I'd love to play a new Mass Effect game as well. Like, but just
I like new IPs. But you know what I mean? Like, why couldn't that just have been the exact same game, but someone threw them the Star Wars license? Why couldn't that have been the exact same game, but somebody threw Mass Effect license on it? Why couldn't that have been the exact same game, but someone threw? You know, I don't know. I just feel like a game that's like this, because it's all fresh and new. Fair enough. Sometimes you have to start afresh, but it's like, it screams like, oh, if a license had been thrown over the top of that, it would have made it just that wee bit more for me, because it's high expectations, mate, and that's why I think it might get delayed. That's, you understand as well. We totally just spoke about a minute ago. Yeah. Has to be good.
Yeah,
they've got one set of reviews in Metacritic, and that's Xbox column. PS is like this, so they're screwed. Well, they're screwed if they release it and it's not finished.
They're screwed if it's not quite polished when it comes out.
To scratch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited about those. Outside of that, I don't know what I want to hear. I just want more stuff. Like, we've been waiting for so long. We've had 2 fucking years shutting houses and shit, and life's changed for everyone in so many different ways. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be greeting to my grave about how lockdown changed me, but it's changed the world. And it's affected game development, which is what we're talking about. I need my stuff. I need things that are meant to be here.
So many games got delayed like over the past couple of years. So now this is the year when all those games should come out.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Should be a absolute banger of a year.
The good thing is we normally don't get a summer game like in June, July, and we're getting Final Fantasy to cover the summer. Spot on. That's getting pre-ordered for me like next month, I think.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to mention before we finish up that it's all over Twitter. That GameCube controller is getting purchased by me, man. The GameCube controller for the Switch. I've got 2 for the Switch already. I wasn't a GameCube fan, right? But I have the wireless official one.
Yep.
The Smash one and the wired one that came with Pokemon. Whatever it is. Pokken. So I've got both versions. Fine controllers, decent. They work well for Smash. I honestly love the
split pad,
Hori split
pad, yeah.
Also deserves a mention for controller of the year, but they released a wireless version. But it's not wireless. When you click it in, you have to plug the controller in, so you can have that. And I'm like, well, I'd have bought that, but it's not wireless. Then these guys have been like, look, a full fucking GameCube controller either side, and it's purple, it's all the right colors, but we've moved the buttons to kind of modern configuration. Okay, and it's wireless, and it looks a decent pad size, and I'm like, how much is this? And it's like $70, and I'm like, oh, how much is the shipping? Free. So it's like $57 over here, and it's like, that's not terrible.
Yeah,
I've paid more for. I've got like too many Switch Pro controllers because I was collecting them for a while. Like I've got a Splatoon 2 one that's now Lexi's. I've got a Splatoon 3 one that's mine. I've got a Monster Hunter one, and I've got a Monster Hunter Rise one, but I've not used them. No, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Sky Sunbreak. Not used either. One's silver, one's gold. But I really like them. But the reason I didn't start collecting them was because I know you can't get the Xenoblade 2 one like at a reasonable price official anymore. So this one though, because I play a lot, like as you can see, my Switch is right here, like next to me.
Yeah.
I've used this since what Demon X Machina came out. That's what this control scheme is. Like
shit game, but like great controller.
Great controller.
Yeah.
But like I've bought the Monster Hunter one of those and it's purple. And I've never used it because I wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
But see honestly, man, there's occasions when I do, like I've said, I'll set it like this because I've got the OLED. I mean, look at that. You can't deny that fucking
it would be handy to use it like
to use it wireless.
Yeah, on tabletop mode.
Like, every now and then I want to sit like this.
Yep.
And I can't. But these guys have made this GameCube one, and it does exactly what I want. And it's like, I've got like 5-6 GameCube Switch controllers at this point.
What's one more?
I will get it eventually, but I mean, see if you can. I would advise Hori Pro Commander, amazing. So yeah, that was a Game of the Year show. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. If you have managed it this long, that's 4 hours 10 minutes.
Yeah, plenty of content for you. We've had a few weeks off, but like, I think we made up for it.
Yeah, we've had a couple of years tuning in and out. I know one was Andy, but thank you very much for tuning in and watching. We'll be back hopefully next week. I'd imagine I'm free next week. I don't know if Andy will be, but we'll be back to talk about some of what we've been playing and what we've been doing. And there might be some talk about some of the not big changes. We're not going to turn into a chess podcast because we know how chess goes for Andy.
God damn it.
Yes, Andy assumes a lot when it comes to chess. He's wrong. So the show is we like to spice the format up slightly now and then. I've been having some thoughts and I'm going to bounce them off Andy over the next week and we'll refine it. We'll be with you next Tuesday because we've had changes a lot. We used to do like TV, video game, and like movies, and then we had like the news and then the games, and we've changed things up a lot. And I've had some thoughts of how to go moving forward because we do like to spice things up. And for 2 years we've been doing it this format more or less, but I've had some thoughts and we'll do some things. And
we teaser for next week for you.
Yeah, that's one. Anyway, thank you very much. Hope you had a good last year. Hope you have a good this year as well, or a better year this year. Don't listen to Andy. The Switch is far from dead. Bayonetta 3 and Xenoblade 3 say peace. So does Splatoon 3. Yeah, we'll catch you next week.
Bye.